cooperation with all countries around the globe. As a nation that consistently pursues to a peaceful, open, independent, and multipolar foreign policy, Mongolia respects the pluralism inherent in the diverse histories, cultures, civilizations, religions, national interests, and development paths of countries around the world. We strive to develop international relations based on multipolar principles. Therefore, my country upholds the principles of the UN Charter, particularly the commitment to refrain from using force against the territorial integrity and political independence of any state. In addressing disagreement and conflicts, we call upon countries and nations around the world to prioritize diplomatic dialogue over confrontation, promote unity over hostility, and pursue collective goals rather than divisiveness in order to consistently cooperate in strengthening international peace and security. As Mongols, we have a rich history of valuing and seeking amicable solutions through dialogue. For centuries, Great Mongol Empire engaged through political and diplomatic means in its relations with neighboring, distant, allied, and adversarial nations. This included sending and receiving envoys and ambassadors, concluding agreements, fostering friendship, and negotiating, which are the practices that remain as the cornerstone of Mongolia's current foreign policy. The Gerege serves as a historical evidence of this legacy. It represents the origins of credentials handed to envoys or modern diplomatic passports, having been used by Mongols since the 13th century in their relationship with other nations. The Gerege is displayed as a historic artifact at the United Nations headquarters. In 2000, UN Secretary General Kofi Annan remarked that Gerege is an invaluable heritage gifted by Mongols to the international community, emphasizing that we have a lot to learn from the wisdom of Mongolian ancestors. The principles of maintaining peace and harmonious coexistence championed by our ancestors reflects the progressive ideals that underpin our current collective effort to sustain peace and stability. At present, humanity is alarmed by the deepening global geopolitical tensions which ignite the fires of war and heighten the nuclear threat. The collective efforts of countries around the world towards non-proliferation, disarmament, and the total elimination of nuclear weapons, as well as the expansion of nuclear weapon-free zones, must not be overlooked. Mongolia has made significant contributions to the elimination of nuclear threats by having its nuclear weapon-free status recognized at the international level. We reaffirm our commitment to continue pursuing and supporting nuclear weapon-free policies and initiatives. Mongolia calls upon all countries to collaborate in ensuring peace and stability, particularly in creating a world free from nuclear threats. We propose the convening of a special gathering on this issue within the framework of the United Nations. Mr. President, Mongolia deeply appreciates the role of UN peacekeepers, the Blue Helmets, who serve tirelessly and make significant contributions to international peace and security. Due to various factors such as international terrorism, brutal acts of extremism, and the growing number of refugees, Blue Helmets are confronted with increasingly complex tasks under more challenging conditions. We must not forget that over 4,370 UN peacekeepers, including military, police, and civilian personnel, have lost their lives in the line of duty. Although Mongolia has a relatively small population, over the past 20 years, more than 20,000 peacekeepers have been deployed to hotspots around the world to contribute to peace and security of humanity. In particular, in alignment with the Women, Peace and Security agenda of the UN Security Council, we aim to increase women participation in UN peacekeeping operations. Currently, Mongolian female officers made up to 11% of our peacekeepers. To ensure the competence of our peacekeepers, it is crucial to improve their psychological well-being. Therefore, Mongolia initiated and developed a pilot project for supporting peacekeepers and their families, which was submitted to the UNTV. Mr. President and distinguished delegates, in recent years, the rapid development of information and communication technologies has significantly impacted the daily life of people and is seen as a factor that may fundamentally reshape the development of civilization in the future. In line with these intensive discussions on information and communication technologies and artificial intelligence have arisen in the international fora, and the recently adopted Global Digital Compact is a timely and essential step. Our country aims to keep pace with the development of information technology, placing great importance on UN resolutions, documents, and other international legal frameworks related to this issue, and keenly participating in their discussions. In March of this year, the UN General Assembly adopted a resolution calling on member states to ensure the reliability and security of artificial intelligence for the first time, which is a significant step forward. To accelerate the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, countries around the world are focusing on policies that promote economic diversification, energy and digital transitions, reduce the negative impacts of climate change, enhance adaptive capacity, and increase access to essential social services, particularly in education and health, while also prioritizing employment and food security. On the other hand, global debt accumulation has reached unprecedented levels, with debt service payments in developing countries exceeding the amounts borrowed, further constraining the budgetary space needed to implement sustainable development goals. Mongolia fully supports the international community's efforts to not only ensure debt sustainability, but also fundamentally reform the international financial architecture under the initiative outlined in the UNSG's report, Our Common Agenda. Distinguished delegates, in the early years of the 21st century, ideological conflicts that divide the world became history, while traditional military threats receded and non-traditional threats such as climate change, pandemics, terrorism, cybercrime, and refugees gained increasing attention. However, this situation has changed drastically in the recent years, with traditional threats resurfacing and negatively impacting international security and sustainable development. In other words, the overlap and expanding scope of traditional and non-traditional threats requires countries around the world to pay special attention and strengthen their collaborative efforts. In particular, global warming and climate change have transcended natural and economic boundaries, exacerbating sensitive social issues and disputes over resources and triggering migration that bring numerous direct and indirect dangers and risks. If this situation continues, humanity will face not just a choice between development or stagnation, but rather a choice between existence and non-existence. Therefore, we must carefully assess the situation and recognize the need for smart solutions based on the advancement of our era, as well as implementation of new technologies, and share good practices while collaborating to overcome challenges posed by climate change. As descendants of nomads, we, Mongols, have preserved and honored our unique cultural heritage and traditions to this day. The origin of our nomadic civilization is, in fact, the philosophy of green development, which emphasizes caring for and protecting nature while responsibly utilizing its benefits. This indicates that we have substantial traditional wisdom and initiatives regarding the future of green development, thus in line with the goals of the Sustainable Development, as well as Vision 2050 long-term development policy of Mongolia has successfully been implementing national movements and programs such as Billion Trees, Food Security and Safety, Healthy Mongolia, and Digital Mongolia. These initiatives represent our contributions at both international and regional levels in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. I'm also pleased to announce that Mongolia is actively working to implement the resolution adopted by the UNGA, declaring the 2026 as the International Year of Rangelands and Pastoralists. Furthermore, we are also preparing to host the 17th conference of the parties to the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification in Ulaanbaatar in 2026. I'm confident that the international community and member states will support and collaborate with us in these efforts. Mr. President, Mongolia, as a landlocked country with its unique location on the Central Asian Plateau and extreme weather conditions, has consistently paid particular attention to the issues of countries in similar special situations. We have already collaborated with them to safeguard our interests and make tangible contributions to amplify our voices on the global stage. Mongolia and Austria co-chaired the preparatory committee for the third United Nations Conference on LLDCs for 2023-2024 and successfully facilitated discussions on the draft outcome document among member states. We're pleased that the draft of the action program to be adopted at the upcoming conference in Botswana next December includes innovative content outlining specific goals and measures to guide the development of LLDCs over the next decade. Therefore, we urge all LLDCs, transit countries, and all UN member states and development partners to engage at the highest level in the third conference on LLDCs and to contribute creatively to discussions for the successful implementation of the Program of Action. Mr. President, at the Fourth World Conference on Women held in Beijing in 1995, it was proclaimed that women's rights are human rights and human rights are women's rights, setting forth the significant goals of eliminating barriers to gender equality on the global stage. We, Mongols, have a long-lasting culture and tradition of honoring and respecting women with a history of Mongol queens and women who played crucial roles in governance and social affairs throughout our nation's history. This rich traditional and cultural heritage have continued to evolve, positioning Mongolia as one of the leaders in promoting gender equality in Asia. In its first constitution, Mongolia became the first country in Asia to guarantee equal rights for women, including the rights to vote and to be elected. This year we celebrate the centennial anniversary of the establishment of the National Organization for Women, the Mongolian Women's Federation. As we approach this historic anniversary, in 2023, we have implemented legal policy reform designed to enhance women participation in both social and political decision-making level. As a result, in the recent parliamentary election, 25.4% of elected members were women, exceeding the average rate of 21.2% in Asia. Moreover, in August this year, our country successfully hosted the World Women's Forum under the theme Towards a Green Future in Ulaanbaatar in collaboration with the United Nations. This forum brought together women leaders and governments, international organizations, and influential representatives from diverse sectors, social, economic, and cultural, across 5 continents. They proposed numerous creative initiatives to enhance women's role and contributions toward achieving sustainable development goals, including economics, environment, climate change, food security, education, sports, culture, and the arts. I'm pleased to highlight that the Ulaanbaatar Declaration Towards a Sustainable Future was adopted as the forum's outcome document. Building on the momentum of the World Women's Forum, Mongolia will continue to actively promote gender equality and the empowerment of women. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, the General Assembly of the United Nations is the most important and honorable podium for amplifying the voice of ideas and aspirations for international peace and security, well-being, and development of humanity. Mongolia has consistently supported the efforts of member states to reform the UN Security Council into a more equitable, accessible, transparent, effective, democratic, and responsible system. We also strongly advocate for further strengthening the United Nations' central role in coordination in global affairs. Our country believes that any international challenges and misunderstandings should be addressed through mutual understanding, trust, respect, and dialogue, and resolved within the framework of international legal norms. Therefore, I call on you, heads of states, governments, and distinguished delegates, to demonstrate exceptional leadership and make meaningful contributions to strengthen trust, mutual respect, and cooperation among the nations of the world in the crucial pursuit of global peace, security, sustainable development, and the well-being of humanity. May the eternal blue sky bless us with peace throughout the world. Thank you very much for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Mongolia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Wavel Ramkalawan, President of the Republic of Seychelles. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I would like first of all to extend my words of congratulations to Ambassador Yang on your election as President of the General Assembly for this 69th session. I wish also to thank Ambassador Francis for his diligent leadership during the 78th session. Mr. President, as the highest representatives of the peoples of the world, we meet every year in this institution, which promises to deliver peace, progress, and prosperity for all. We must be frank in our assessment of what we are doing for the people that we represent and their interests that we serve. For my people of the Seychelles, we must be critical of our approach to the challenges of today and plan for the challenges of tomorrow. The world is less secure than even just 1 year ago. Where we hoped that existing conflicts could be resolved, we find ourselves in a situation more tense and precarious. Flames stoked by competition and distrust threaten to engulf those who have no part in these conflicts, leaving us gripped by a fearful atmosphere of instability, exacerbated by the worry of expanded warfare. We are in danger of losing sight of the values that bring us together, that transcend borders and cultures, that are understood in all languages and present in all ideologies. We must revert to our foundational principles of dialogue and cooperation. Without a stable foundation, we cannot build our vision of a peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable world. Our focus is diverted from the challenges requiring our urgent and undivided attention, challenges affecting the core of people's lives and equally requiring solutions with people at their center. The climate crisis, ending poverty and hunger, ensuring that all have the indisputable right to a decent and dignified life. Our people have entrusted us to work together to find solutions. Mr. President, 79 years ago, the permanent members of the Security Council conferred upon themselves the great responsibility of ensuring international peace and security, to cooperate in good faith to save future generations from transgressions of the past. With this great responsibility comes the expectation that gross violations of the UN Charter be dealt with resolutely and impartially. We place our trust in them to act in the common interest to prevent conflict and preserve human dignity. The consequences of conflict are felt beyond the direct and intolerable suffering of victims in war zones and those displaced by fighting. In such an interconnected world, we are all subjected to inflationary pressures, elevated commodity and energy prices, and other disruptive effects. Widened and prolonged conflict risks affecting smaller states like Seychelles, trying not to get caught in the crossfire. It is not our intention to lecture the world powers, nor attempt to prescribe solutions to complex issues. We simply wish to remind you of your duty and be reassured that geopolitics will not supersede human rights and international law. Since its formation in 1946, the Security Council has remained largely unchanged. Most of Africa was under colonial rule then. Seychelles joins the call for the UN and the Security Council to deliver the reform being appealed for by so many, with the objective not to hinder its work, but to bring inclusivity and perspective. It is time to correct one of the many injustices to which Africa has been subjected. Permanent membership of the world's primary peacekeeping institution is a necessity. The consideration by the Council of critical issues such as sea level rise brought by Malta last year and the broader climate security nexus has proven that it is capable of reflecting new realities. The proposal of the United States to include a rotating seat for small island developing states is a welcome and progressive one. Mr. President, climate change remains the foremost challenge facing humanity, and failure to address its effects will devastate current and future generations. As a small island state, Seychelles understands what it means to be vulnerable, a vulnerability that cannot be ignored in the future we see for ourselves. We are on the front lines of the climate crisis, which poses irreversible threats to our people, our economy, and our way of life. Rising sea levels, extreme weather events, and the degradation of our oceans are stark reminders of the urgent need for global action on climate change. We have all made commitments, pledges, and promises to achieve large-scale reductions of emissions, to keep the goal of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees, to boost adaptation, to deal with extreme weather disasters, and build resilience to address future impacts. But words are nothing without deeds, and we have to act urgently, in unity, to make the necessary transition to a more sustainable future. It is a choice, conscious and intentional, to continue down this path and decide that business as usual in pursuit of short-term goals is acceptable. Mr. President, world military expenditure has increased for the 10th consecutive year, reaching $2.5 trillion in 2023. This makes even the highest estimates of the funds, $100 billion needed for loss and damage, seem modest and insignificant. This is a worrying reflection of the world's priorities. It is unfair for SIDS to suffer the consequences of these choices. We simply do not have the means to cope with the disastrous effects of climate change. Here I want to thank those who have contributed to the Loss and Damage Fund. The pledges made following COP28 should not be mere attempts to pacify us who have been calling for remediation. We hope to take it as a token of ongoing commitment and continued action given the expected rise in costs of dealing with climate change. As the Secretary General said yesterday, those who shoulder the blame should foot the bill. The international community cannot hope to advance sustainable development when some race ahead while others are left to struggle. No one should be left behind, lest we forsake future generations to a bleaker world. The obligations outlined in the Paris Agreement are the lifelines that give us a chance if all states did their utmost to adhere to them. Our reliance on fossil fuels is unsustainable and detrimental. We must accelerate energy transition towards renewables and mobilize investment in the technology and infrastructure to give us any prospect of real energy security. Seychelles' focus remains on nature-based solutions to combat climate change while ensuring economic sustainability and environmental preservation. Our blue bonds demonstrate the potential to harness capital markets for financing the sustainable use of marine resources. Mr. President, ambitious and innovative strategies of securing long-term economic development are futile without finance that is accessible and sustainable. The average debt to GDP ratio in seeds exceeds 70%. It is crippling and impedes our development by diverting critical resources away from where they are most needed in infrastructure, education, and healthcare. Our vulnerabilities have been expounded, yet our borrowing costs remain high. Instead of concessions, we are penalized for our vulnerability. It is time to move beyond discussion and implement real reforms in the international financial system to address the preclusion of some vulnerable countries, regardless of income status, from opportunities to meet development needs. We must also recognize the humanitarian consequences of economic policies. Our work in the multilateral system is undermined by unilateral coercive measures that are intended to leave economies crippled and governments unable to advance dignity for their own people. Mr. President, the multilateral system remains our best hope for addressing the challenges we face. As a small state, Seychelles believes in the United Nations, for we fear of a reality with no alternative. In a world more interconnected than ever, multilateralism is the network that links our shared values to achieve the vision that we have for our world, one that is defined by our common interests and not by our differences. We are here to solve problems, not exacerbate them, to listen and not to dismiss. We put our faith in this institution because we must prove to the world that we can work for it. It is more secure and sustainable. Let us strive to be the architects of a world where no one is left behind. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Seychelles. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Peter Pavel, President of the Czech Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a true honor for me to address you today. Much to my regret, since the last time we met here 1 year ago, the world has not become any safer. On the contrary. To start with, let me recall that the United Nations was created to save humanity from the scourge of war and destruction and to promote peace, justice, and better quality of life for all humankind. Together, we have managed to build a global system of rules and cooperation with the ambition to advance security and human rights instead of conflict and suffering. Fostering economic development instead of overlooking mass destruction. Aligned around the UN Charter, we have subscribed not to repeat the mistakes and disasters of the past. Unfortunately, we still do. The world and its citizens need and deserve an effective UN that can respond quickly when needed and deliver better on our shared global commitments. Without a functioning multilateral system, alternative and exclusive structures would lead to more fragmentation and less predictability. It is our duty as national and global leaders to find common solutions to the most pressing problems before they get out of hand. Finding a compromise is never easy. It requires time and patience. Only if we realize that together we can achieve much more than when antagonized, can we make our nations and the United Nations truly united behind common goals. A comprehensive reform of the UN Security Council is long overdue. Making the Council more effective, inclusive, accountable, and better reflecting today's realities by strengthening the voice of underrepresented regions is crucially needed. In the face of unjust and unprovoked Russian war against Ukraine, we must realize that Security Council membership is not a carte blanche. No one has the right to abuse power and bully other members of the international community without sanctions. Together, we must exercise more pressure on Russia to end its unjust and brutal war. The Peace Summit in Switzerland clearly confirmed that peace in Ukraine must be based on international law and principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity. The cynical nature of Russia's policy and its disinterest in genuine peace talks has global consequences. These include impairing nuclear safety, diminishing food and energy security, and damaging rules-based international order. Czechia calls on those who have not yet supported our common effort to evaluate the possibility of signing the joint declaration agreed at the Peace Summit in Switzerland. So far, many with the aspiration to become respected regional or global actors have remained silent. But respect cannot be forced. It can only be earned. Let us not forget that hesitation strengthens the aggressor. If you remain silent to injustice and aggression, soon there will be others waiting in line to see how far they can go in bending international rules as they please. Some of you might think that Russia's actions against Ukraine are just another regional conflict and both sides need to go halfway. But there is no such thing as just a regional conflict. Conflicts in one part of the world cause food insecurity and create refugee waves in other. With globalization, our security and prosperity starts way beyond our own borders. Being fully aware of that, Czechia is committed not only to security of Europe, but also in Middle East, Africa, and elsewhere. I applaud the fact that many nations, including African, spare no effort to achieve and safeguard peace and security in their own regions and far beyond. Czechia will continue to engage with African countries and closely listen to their views and needs. I believe that despite political differences, together we can create mutually beneficial partnerships based on the principle of equality, mutual respect, and without any historical burden or future material demands. Africa is a continent with huge economic potential, which is waiting to be unlocked. We want to see Africa flourish, enhance its capabilities, and create opportunities and jobs for young people. The last topic I want to touch upon is cybersecurity and technology. With progressing digital transformation and our increasing reliance on advanced technology, the gravity and scale of cyber threats are increasing and respect no borders. Cyber espionage and attacks against our hospitals, media, infrastructure, national institutions and businesses aim to destabilize our democratic system and undermine its principles. Just as offline, we cannot allow the cyberspace to become a lawless criminal world. The agreed framework of responsible behavior of states in cyberspace should guide us in our effort to strive for a safer online world. The security of cyberspace will depend on the capacities and effort of all responsible states to enhance their own cyber capabilities. Czechia is taking its commitment to the protection of global cyberspace security very seriously. We will continue providing assistance to our partners in Africa, Asia, and South America so that together we can improve our resilience and to protect our citizens even better. Foreign interference and disinformation continue to present a challenge with a serious impact on democracy, security, and the rules-based international order. With rapid development of new technologies, protection and promotion of human rights continue to be vital for our societies. Emerging technologies will have an undisputable influence on the nature of our future conflicts, but also on peace. It is our duty to ensure that innovations, including artificial intelligence, autonomous systems, biotech, or quantum computing, fully conform to our ethical and human rights standards. Last year, Czechia, together with Mexico, the Maldives, the Netherlands, and South Africa, submitted a resolution on human rights in the context of digital technologies. Furthermore, last month, during the GlobeSec Security Forum, I sat down with top managers of global tech companies at the Prague Geotech Summit. I was glad to hear that they are fully aware of their responsibility and fully committed to contribute to the resilience of democracy. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, the challenges we are facing are global, and we can only succeed if we fully commit ourselves to collective action and more cooperation. The quality of our governance will be judged by our actions and whether we leave this world in a better condition for future generations. I would like to thank everyone who is tirelessly working to make our planet a safer and more secure place for all. That is what really matters. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Czech Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Volodymyr Zelensky, President of Ukraine. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you very much. Dear leaders, Your Excellencies, today I want to tell you about a day that has already passed and a day that must never come. On the night of March 4th, 2022, I received one of the most terrifying reports since the beginning of a full-scale Russian invasion against Ukraine. The report was about Russian tanks firing directly at the buildings of our Ukrainian nuclear power plant, the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, the largest one in Europe, 6 nuclear reactors. The Russian army stormed this facility just as brutally as any other during this war, without thinking about the consequences, possibly disastrous. This was one of the most horrifying moments of the war, when no one could know how Russian strikes on the nuclear facility would end, and everyone in Ukraine was reminded of what Chernobyl means. Now, the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant remains occupied by Russian forces, unfortunately, and it's at risk of a nuclear incident. This is the major source of radiation danger in Europe, possibly in the world. That's why in the peace formula I presented, the first point is about nuclear safety. In Ukraine, we know exactly what we are dealing with. And I want to thank you, the General Assembly members, for adopting a resolution in July this year on the safety of nuclear facilities in Ukraine. Most in the world understand what's at stake. The General Assembly demanded that Russian return control of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant to Ukraine. Only then real nuclear security will return to Europe and the world. And now about the day that must never come. Since Russia can't defeat our people's resistance on the battlefield, Putin is looking for other ways to break the Ukrainian spirit. One of his methods is targeting our energy infrastructure. And these are deliberate Russian attacks on our power plants and the entire energy grid. As of today, Russia has destroyed all our thermal power plants and a large part of our hydroelectric capacity. This is how Putin is preparing for winter, hoping to torment millions of Ukrainians, ordinary families, women, children, ordinary towns, ordinary villages. Putin wants to leave them in the dark and cold this winter, forcing Ukraine to suffer and surrender. Just imagine, please, your country with 80% of its energy system gone, with such a destroyed part of the system. What kind of life would that be? Recently, I received yet another alarming report from our intelligence. Now Putin does seem to be planning attacks on our nuclear power plants and their infrastructure, aiming to disconnect the plants from the power grid. With the help of satellites, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, satellites of other countries. Russia is getting images and detailed information about the infrastructure of our nuclear power plants. But what does this really threaten? Any missile or drone strike, any critical incident in the energy system could lead to a nuclear disaster. A day like that must never come. And Moscow needs to understand this, and this depends in part on your determination to put pressure on the aggressor. These are nuclear power plants. They must be safe. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 years ago in the fall of 2022, I proposed a comprehensive strategy to end the war and to ensure security, and I presented the peace formula at a highly inclusive political platform for world leaders, the G20 summit in Indonesia, representing billions of citizens from all parts of the globe. And it's important for us that all these people can understand us, understand that Ukraine wants to end this war more than anyone in the world. War always poses a threat to many. You all see in the media and read in reports what is happening in Ukraine because of Russia's war. It's something many are imagining happening to themselves. And yes, the smoke from fires in war-torn cities can reach other countries. And if, God forbid, Russia causes a nuclear disaster at one of our nuclear power plants, radiation will not respect state borders. And unfortunately, various nations could feel the devastating effects. Many are concerned, but the deepest understanding of war is always found in the home it destroys. It's the Ukrainian people who feel the full pain of this war. It's Ukrainian children who are learning to distinguish the sounds of different types of artillery and drones because of Russia's war. It's our people who are forcefully separated by occupation because Putin decided he could do whatever he wants. It's our heroic soldiers who are giving their lives to defend our country from invaders trying to steal our land. That's why we say, rightfully so, there can be no just peace without Ukraine. And I thank every leader, every country that supports us in this, that understands us, that sees how Russia, a country more than 20 times larger than Ukraine in territory, still wants even more land, which is insane, and is seizing it day by day while wanting to destroy its neighbor. And Russia found very special bodies for that. North Korea and Iran, telling choice of friends. And now every neighbor of Russia in Europe and Central Asia feels that the war could come to them as well, and just think what kind of losses that would mean for the world. And I thank nearly 100 nations and international organizations that have supported the peace formula. It's truly a global community: Africa, Asia, Europe, Latin America, North America, the Pacific region, all united by the peace formula. And I am glad that the first peace summit was so reminding of the UN General Assembly. Everyone was equal. All nations that participated in the peace summit, large and small, no veto right, no blocking authority, those that have been independent for ages and those that have only recently gained independence, those that have gone through wars themselves, and those accustomed to peace, all were equal. That is what Russia hates the most and cannot control. That's why Russia says the peace formula doesn't suit it. Here at the UN, I've already met with leaders from India, Guatemala, Japan and Italy, Turkey and Finland, Canada, Paraguay, Slovenia, Germany and others, and my meetings will continue. These are different, absolutely, parts of the world and various political waves of life, but they share the same understanding. Peace is needed, and it must be a real, just peace. Unfortunately, at the UN, it's impossible to truly and fairly resolve matters of war and peace because too much depends in the Security Council on the veto power. When the aggressor exercises veto power, the UN is powerless to stop the war, but the peace formula can. Once again, there is no veto power in it. That's why it's the best opportunity for peace. Everyone is equal, and it's effective and comprehensive. When some propose alternatives, half-hearted settlement plans, so-called sets of principles. It not only ignores the interests and suffering of Ukrainians, who are affected by the war the most. It not only ignores reality, but also gives Putin the political space to continue the war and pressure the world to bring more nations under control. Any parallel or alternative attempts to seek peace are, in fact, efforts to achieve a lull instead of an end to the war. As a global initiative, the peace formula has already existed for 2 years, and maybe somebody wants a Nobel Prize for their political biography for frozen truths instead of real peace, but the only prizes Putin will give you in return are more suffering and disasters. We must restore nuclear safety. Energy must stop being used as a weapon. We must ensure food security. We need to bring home all our captured soldiers and civilians forcibly deported to Russia. We must uphold the UN Charter and guarantee our right, Ukraine's right to territorial integrity and sovereignty, just as we do for any other nation. We need to withdraw the Russian occupiers, which will bring an end to the hostilities in Ukraine, and we must hold those responsible for war crimes accountable. We need to prevent ecocide and stop the destruction of nature caused by the war. And we must not allow a second or third phase of this Russian invasion. And we need to make it clear the war is over. This is the peace formula. What part of this could be unacceptable to anyone who upholds the UN Charter? If someone in the world seeks alternatives to any of these points or tries to ignore any of them, it likely means they themselves want to do a part of what Putin is doing. The point they ignore reveals the desire they are hiding. And when the Chinese-Brazilian duo tries to grow into a choir of voices, with someone in Europe, with someone in Africa saying something alternative to a full and just peace, the question arises, what is the true interest? Everyone must understand you will not boost your power at Ukraine's expense. And the world has already been through colonial wars and conspiracies of great powers at the expense of those who are smaller. Every country, including China, Brazil, European nations, African nations, Middle East, all understand why this must remain in the past. And Ukrainians will never accept why anyone in the world believes that such a brutal colonial past, which suits no one today, can be imposed on Ukraine now instead of a normal, peaceful life. I want peace for my people, real peace and just peace. And I'm asking for your support from all nations of the world. We do not divide the world. I ask the same of you, do not divide the world. Be united nations. And that will bring us peace. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Ukraine. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I cannot help but reflect on the significance of this moment, as this will be my final opportunity to address the United Nations General Assembly as I enter the closing months of my presidency. Over the past 8 years, I've had the privilege of speaking on several variations of the essential themes that quite properly dominate the deliberations of this global assembly: the condition of humanity and the state of the planet. Serving the people of Ghana, and by extension those of West Africa, Africa, and the world, has truly been the greatest blessing of my life. Indeed, being here this morning fills me with both pride and humility. Pride in the limited progress we have made together as nations, and humility in recognizing the challenges that still remain. My time as president has been deeply fulfilling, and I'm profoundly grateful for the trust placed in me by my fellow Ghanaians. It has been an honor to serve them and to contribute to advancing peace, security, and development on the global stage. Mr. President, Madam President, I'm here with a heart full of hope, yet mindful of the great challenges that still confront us. As President of the Republic of Ghana and as a citizen of the world, I'm acutely aware of the shared responsibility we carry. Our work here is nothing less than shaping the future of humanity, a future that will affect generations long after we are gone. Leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations, reminds us that the decisions we take here will define whether we rise to meet the hopes of billions or continue to let inequalities and injustice persist. We owe it to those who look to this body for leadership, to act, and not just to talk. The world we live in today is a stark, unfortunate contrast of privilege and hardship. For too long, the voices of those marginalized, those left behind, have been drowned out. They constitute the bulk of humanity. These are the voices of the poor, the displaced, the vulnerable. We cannot in good conscience leave them behind. They should be at the center of our discussions and our decisions. Africa in particular knows the cost of being left out. Yes, we're a continent rich in potential and resilient in the face of adversity, but we have also been disadvantaged by a global system that has generally treated us as an afterthought. We've been viewed merely as passive recipients of aid rather than as equal partners in global progress. The well-meaning promises of assistance have failed to materialize to bring about the long-term change we so passionately need. Such aid as is offered often comes with strings attached, limiting our ability to shape our own futures. Africa is not a continent of despair. She's full of great possibilities. She's required, however, to chart a new course of development. Our young population is filled with energy, creativity, and ambition. The people of Africa are not asking for handouts. They're demanding opportunities in a new global architecture so they can have access to education, healthcare, and jobs to be able to build better lives for themselves, their families, and their descendants. In Ghana, we've taken bold and decisive steps to ensure that no one is left behind in our national development, and we have shown that it is possible. Our flagship free senior high school policy has benefited 5.7 million young people, many of whom would have been denied the opportunity to learn, to dream, and to succeed. This initiative has transformed the lives of millions, positioning the next generation of Ghanaians to take their place as leaders in the global economy. But this is just the beginning. We need a global commitment to ensure that every child, no matter where they are born, has access to quality education. A world where children are left unprepared for the challenges ahead is not a just world. Beyond education, we've also prioritized healthcare for our people. Through Agenda 111, my government has embarked on the largest ever healthcare infrastructure project in Ghana's history. This initiative is constructing 111 hospitals across the country, ensuring that even the most remote regions have access to modern healthcare facilities. This is part of our broader goal of ensuring that no one in Ghana is left without the basic right to health. We've also taken significant steps to boost food security and economic growth through the Program for Planting for Food and Jobs. This initiative has improved food production, created jobs, and enhanced incomes for millions of Ghanaians. It is a clear demonstration that with the right policies and investments, we can transform our agricultural sector and ensure that no one goes hungry. In the same vein, our one district, one factory policy is transforming the industrial landscape of the nation, generating the structural transformation of our economy, which is our major strategic objective. And in addition, Ghana has embraced in full the teachings of the Fourth Industrial Revolution and is actively pursuing an agenda of digitalization. Under my administration, we have revolutionized public service delivery by integrating technology into governance. From the introduction of the Ghana Card, which has streamlined identification and access to services, to the digitalization of the country's land registry, these reforms have enhanced transparency, efficiency, and accountability. Digitalization has improved the lives of ordinary Ghanaians and has also laid the groundwork for sustainable economic growth in the digital age. And let us not forget the strides we have made in enhancing the rule of law and governance. Through reforms in the judicial system, strengthening our democratic institutions, and promoting transparency, Ghana continues to be a beacon of good governance in Africa. We have enacted laws and implemented policies that uphold the principles of accountability and ensure that every Ghanaian, regardless of their background, is protected by the rule of law. Madam President, it is impossible to address the challenges of today without speaking of the contradictions that exist within this global institution. We gather here to discuss peace, but wars continue to ravage nations. We speak of justice, yet justice endures. Take the Russian invasion of Ukraine, for instance. Millions of lives have been uprooted. Thousands have lost their lives, and yet the Security Council has struggled to respond decisively, just as it is struggling to make a decisive intervention in the tragic ongoing war in Gaza and the Lebanon. The structure of the Council reflects a world that no longer exists, and its failure to act in times of crisis raises a difficult question. What is the purpose of the Security Council if it cannot intervene when the world needs it most? Reforming the UN Security Council is a matter of fairness and necessity. The current structure, created in 1945, no longer reflects the realities of today's geopolitical and economic landscape. Africa, Latin America, and South Asia remain underrepresented despite their significant influence on global affairs. This lack of representation undermines the legitimacy of the Council's decisions, and the use of veto power by a few permanent members often paralyzes its ability to act effectively during crises. Reform is essential to ensure that the Council is more inclusive, democratic, and responsive to the complex challenges we face today. The world has changed, and the Security Council must change with it to maintain its relevance in promoting global peace and security. For years, I've championed the need to reform the Security Council as per the Ezulwini Consensus, the common African position on UN reform, which calls for Africa to have permanent seats on the Council. It is incomprehensible that a continent of 1.4 billion people has no permanent voice in shaping decisions that affect global peace and security. The time for half measures is over. We need a Security Council that is fit for purpose in today's world. It is heartening, however, that finally the demand for reform has found acceptance by leaders of 2 of the 5 permanent members, President Joe Biden of the United States of America and President Emmanuel Macron of France. Hopefully, the others will soon follow suit. We must also recognize that the fight for peace goes beyond government actions. It is a fight for humanity itself. In Africa, we have often borne the brunt of conflicts, sending our troops to peacekeeping missions with limited support from the global community. While I'm pleased to see the UN now taking steps to finance peacekeeping in Africa, an outcome of Ghana's presidency of the UN Security Council, we must go further. Peacekeeping alone is not enough. We must address the potential causes of conflict, poverty, inequality, and lack of opportunity. True peace comes from investing in education, healthcare, and economic development. However, peace cannot be imposed from the outside. It must be built from within. African nations must take ownership of their security, and the African Union needs to strengthen itself to be able to respond swiftly to threats. Madam President, as I speak today, ongoing developments in West Africa are deeply troubling. Military coups in Mali, Guinea, Burkina Faso, and Niger threaten the democratic progress we have worked so hard to achieve within the ECOWAS community. These coups are stark reminders that democracy is indeed fragile and must be continually nurtured. In Ghana, however, we will remain resolute in our commitment to democracy. As my presidency draws to a close, I want to assure this Assembly that the upcoming 2024 elections in Ghana will be free, fair, and transparent. Ghanaians have demonstrated time and again in the last 3 decades their strong attachment to democracy, which they will not permit to be undermined. The Electoral Commission, supported by Ghana's security services, is well equipped to ensure that the will of the Ghanaian people is respected. Ghana has long been a beacon of democracy in Africa, and we intend to keep it that way. The 2024 elections will be proof of our enduring adherence to the rule of law, transparency, and the principles of democratic accountability that have guided our nation in recent decades. Madam President, we find ourselves at a pivotal moment in history. The decisions we make today will shape the future of our world. We can choose to act with courage, compassion, and a commitment to leave no one behind, or we can choose inaction and allow the suffering of millions and the degradation of the planet to continue. Let me end by reminding us all that the future is not something that simply happens. It is something we create. We have the power in this room to change the course of history. Let us not shy away from that responsibility. Let us act now, and let us act together. I wish you God's blessings in all your current and future deliberations, and I thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Ghana. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Rumen Radev, President of the Republic of Bulgaria. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me at the outset to congratulate His Excellency Philemon Yang for his elections as the President of the 79th UN General Assembly session. I believe that under his leadership and through his vision, the international community will move forward on the agenda of strengthening the values of the UN Charter, an effort that the humanity now needs the most. Our world faces a range of complex problems, from the unprecedented challenges to the global peace and security, to the escalating climate crisis and the persistent inequalities. We are confronted with a complex array of issues that require our immediate attention and concerted effort. We need to light the spark that ignites change. With this in mind, my country approaches the 79th session of the UN General Assembly with renewed determination to promote multilateral and workable solutions achieved through negotiations and based on the UN Charter. We must follow the path for the sake of the survival of humankind and the future generations. Taking this in consideration, we praise the Pact of the Future as a move towards a vital transformation. It becomes increasingly clear that our success hinges on a firm commitment to upholding multilateralism and the respect for international law, which are the cornerstones of our global order. This order that has been forged in UN by you and your predecessors is now under severe threat. Bulgaria has been always committed to the values of multilateralism and will continue to be, using the accumulated experience from the successful Bulgarian presidency of the UN Economic and Social Council and our current mandate as a constructive member of the Human Rights Council. Excellencies, in 2015, all UN member states adopted with unanimity 17 Sustainable Development Goals, providing a shared blueprint for peace and prosperity for the whole planet. Nowadays, they remain more than ever topical and requiring full mobilization of international efforts. However, we must admit that the sheer deterioration of the international peace and security environment in the last years is threatening the fulfillment of our Sustainable Development Agenda, undermining the rules-based international order. Restoring and preserving the peace must not be seen but as the ultimate goal of the international community and is a basic prerequisite for the SDGs fulfillment. It has been 2.5 years since the Russian Federation unleashed a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. From the very beginning, Bulgaria strongly condemns this war, which led to hundreds of thousands of victims, enormous suffering and destruction. Every single day of this war increases the risk of escalation in intensity and geographical scope, posing a substantial threat to the global peace and security. The side effects of the war are already gravely affecting the economies and social systems of many countries worldwide. That is why the international community should seek ways that lead to de-escalation and dialogue. We should support every diplomatic effort that pursues comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine, in conformity with the United Nations Charter and the international law. Since the last year UN General Debate, we have witnessed a significant increase in instability across the Middle East. The conflict between Israel and Hamas after the Hamas brutal attack on Israel triggered a major deterioration of the security in the region with global projections. We must not forget the consequences which followed: tens of thousands dead and injured civilians in Gaza, the total destruction of vital infrastructure, and mass displacement of people. We call for immediate ceasefire, free access of humanitarian convoys, as well as release of all hostages held by Hamas. We are also deeply concerned about the recent development in Lebanon, bringing a qualitative, new and dangerous dimension in the conflict and increasing the risk of its regional enlargement. We call for refraining from use of force, for wisdom and de-escalation. The spiral of violence and the human suffering must come to an end. The only way to achieve sustainable and lasting peace in this region with its very fragile security landscape is the two-state solution. Amid the ongoing destabilization around different regions, the collective global goal for a world without nuclear threat remains more critical than ever. In line with the new agenda for peace, Bulgaria will maintain its commitment to uphold, protect, and strengthen the multilateral framework for disarmament, non-proliferation, and arms control. We remain dedicated to the universalization and full implementation of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, recognizing it as the cornerstone of the global nuclear non-proliferation regime, which serves as the essential foundation for pursuing nuclear disarmament and plays a crucial role in the development of nuclear energy for peaceful purposes. As we address these challenges, prioritizing regional stability becomes vital. My country actively engages in political dialogue with Southeast European countries, driven by the conviction that the region's security, stability, and prosperity are crucial for the broader regional and international resilience. Bulgaria is a strong supporter of the European path of the Western Balkan countries. Our main priorities vis-à-vis the region are fostering good neighborliness, improving connectivity, protection of human rights, and combating ethnic discrimination. However, a serious challenge on this path are the new outbursts of incitements of hatred. Fighting and curbing the aggressive nationalistic rhetoric all over the region and concentrating on positive agenda on strengthening multi-ethnic societies and the rights of the constituent communities will prevent the evocation of the reminiscence of the troubled past of the region. Ladies and gentlemen, progress on achieving the Sustainable Development Goals is the greatest investment for the benefit of the present and future generations. Bulgaria keeps on contributing actively to this common effort through the steady implementation of the National Development Programme Bulgarian 2030 and of sustainable projects for development cooperation with partner countries, through supporting projects in education, healthcare, public infrastructure and services, as well as renewable energy solutions. We face a growing number of places around the world where warring dynamics in terms of governance, democracy, and human rights emerge. As a present member of the Human Rights Council, we reaffirm our commitment to this noble cause. Bulgaria has never looked the other way, and this speaks up through our domestic policies, our membership in the Human Rights Council, our work as a co-chair of the Group of Friends of Children and Sustainable Development Goals, Vice President of UNICEF Bureau, member of the Executive Board of UN Women, and through our support for initiatives that empower the General Assembly and aim at accountability. Our advocacy for meaningful participation of civil society, youth and women in decision-making process across the United Nations system and domestically have already yielded results, and our youth delegate program inspires more young people to choose the path of active citizens. Bulgaria advocates for a human rights-based approach to sustainable development and looks forward to the inclusion of all stakeholders at the upcoming World Social Summit. Excellencies, we have focused on the peace among nations, but it is equally important to reconcile with the nature. Climate change is a threat multiplier for the implementation of all sustainable development goals. We urge enhanced action based on the global stocktake, more ambitious climate objectives, including the new finance goal at the 29th session of the United Nations Climate Change Conference. Earlier this year, Bulgaria hosted the 61st session of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which gave impetus to the panel's 7th assessment cycle, including the production of the special report on climate change and cities. Through various panel events, we were able to invigorate the science and science discussion, paying due attention to the climate risks in the Black Sea region, as well as to the urban environment, the role of cities, and the need to adapt to changing climate. Another challenge that brings a lot of opportunities as well is the need for an effective digital governance, based on a multi-stakeholder and inclusive approach, aiming for a human-centric digital transformation and a safe and open digital future. In light of growing challenges to the principles of international law and the rules-based order established by the United Nations Charter, Bulgaria remains committed to strengthening the effectiveness and accountability of the United Nations Security Council. We support efforts to enhance transparency and accountability within this body, co-sponsoring the key UN General Assembly resolution on veto use. Bulgaria emphasizes the need for greater effectiveness and prioritizes securing an additional non-permanent seat for the group of Eastern European states in a reformed Council. Ladies and gentlemen, let us reaffirm our commitment to addressing these global challenges with firmness and determination. The action we take today will define the future, and with courage and unity, we will rise to meet the opportunities that lie ahead. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Bulgaria. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Chandri Kapesad Santoki, President of the Republic of Suriname. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Excellencies, Heads of Delegations, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Madam President, this General Assembly is of historic significance as we embark on a process of recalibrating international relations and establishing a more effective multilateral framework. I therefore extend my heartfelt congratulations to the President on his election to preside over this esteemed body, and allow me to congratulate the outgoing Chair of Trinidad and Tobago on a job well done under difficult circumstances. Madam President, this organization was founded after two devastating world wars. Its original purpose remains relevant today to save current and future generations from the disastrous consequences of wars and armed conflicts and foster peace and political stability for sustained prosperity for all. We, however, observe instead that the world is marked by a complex political and security crisis, weakening our global multilateral framework of collective solidarity, international law, and respect for humanitarian law. The conflicts that divide us are not isolated incidents. They are symptoms of deeper systemic challenges, rising inequality, environmental degradation, and breakdown of global trust. The time has come to dare to make bold decisions, revisit our global governance architecture, and to recommit to the original goals of the United Nations. Madam President, with statistics showing that countries are off track on the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, while projections estimate that almost 600 million people will continue to live in extreme poverty in 2030, that is incumbent on us to close the gap between aspiration and financing. I wish to emphasize the urgent need for accelerated reforms and coordination within the international financial architecture, especially the international financial institutions. The Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, MVI, offers a comprehensive and inclusive framework that goes beyond traditional metrics to capture the true complexity of the vulnerabilities of small islands developing and low-lying coastal states. We urge that the MVI is embedded in the operations of the international financial institutions, especially the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. Apart from the MVI, we see other financial obstacles in place that have a major negative impact on our ability to generate development, especially de-risking measures of international banks, which are based on general assessments, do not consider the country's reality and the severe impact on development objectives of the country. This must be addressed head-on if we want to be inclusive rather than exclusive. My country, Suriname, can attest to the importance of urgent need to reform the global financial and political system and to build greater trust in the multilateral system. Because of our ranking, we are not eligible for several global financial instruments to the detriment of my people. Since taking office in July 2020, my government has successfully started a policy of financial economic reforms, including restructuring the debt portfolio supported by an IMF program and international financial institutions. The impact of the various crises and national efforts to reform the economy has not been easy for the population, but we are on the road to recovery now. Macroeconomic stability has been achieved. We established a social safety net and increased several social benefits, all meant to make sure that we did not forget or excluded that part of our population from restoring a healthier economy. Madam President, 2024 statistics reveal that progress in the area of climate action is inadequate, with global greenhouse gas emissions still rising. Despite the need for reductions, climate action can no longer be postponed nor ignored. Soon, we'll meet in Azerbaijan for COP29. Madam President, will we be repeating ourselves with empty promises and pledges, or will we take decisive action to save this planet from extinction? Madam President, Suriname is committed to the Paris Agreement. Suriname has also submitted ambitious nationally determined contributions and has recently started the process of carbon credit trading. Suriname aims to remain a carbon negative country with a high level of biodiversity and more than 90% forest coverage. With this conscious choice to limit deforestation, we sacrifice economic development for our people. For this, Madam President, we are not compensated while everyone benefits from our decision. Carbon negative and carbon neutral countries must be supported for maintaining that status. We are in favor of a just transition to a carbon-less economy for the coming decades, but we also expect to be allowed to develop our natural resources in an environmentally friendly and balanced manner in compliance with the international standards and practices. In fact, we have already embarked in such a development path by introducing more renewables to our energy grid, utilizing technological innovations to reduce our carbon footprint even further. Madam President, Suriname has had, over the past 100 years, industrial development of bauxite industry, onshore oil production, gold production, as well as agriculture production and other industries. And despite these activities, Suriname is among the 3 carbon negative countries in the world. At the same time, Suriname is among the 7 most vulnerable countries with respect to the effects of rising sea levels. Madam President, not only have the international pledges for climate financing not materialized in the way pledged, but access to the available resources is an enormous challenge. Simplification of the application and appraisal procedures must be put in place to have the required impact at local level. Regretfully, we also observe that a large part of these funds finds their way in time-consuming and expensive studies, consultancies, and advisory services. In the meantime, the situation on the ground in the affected regions and countries is deteriorating. Often the requested assistance comes too late. Madam President, to transform the well-being of our communities, we must embrace diversity and work towards social justice and inclusion. That is what responsible leaders do, making sure no one is left out or excluded. We must practice what we preach, Madam President. While the humanitarian and security situation in the Republic of Haiti remains of concern, we are pleased to note also through leadership of the Caribbean community, a roadmap towards free and fair elections has been initiated and a transition government with a clear mandate has been installed. We cannot leave Haiti and its people alone and behind. Haiti fatigue is not an option. We urge the international community to financially and technically support Haiti on its path forward. Suriname will contribute to the MSS with security personnel and remains committed to assist in whatever way we can. We urge and call for a more effective, coordinated, and coherent approach and the transparent sharing of information regarding the different initiatives to serve more effectively the objectives of facilitating peace, security, and prosperity in Haiti and the Haitian people. Madam President, leaving no one behind should also include lifting the long-standing economic embargo against Cuba and its people. Adopting the Pact of the Future represents an opportunity to redirect a new path for humanity to address current challenges while laying the groundwork for sustainable solutions. We need to foster collaboration and strengthen partnership to address the long-term global issues as climate change, social inequality, and access to affordable health care and quality education for all. Small nations need the support for digital transformation, providing the tools and capacity building initiatives needed to fully integrate into the global digital economy. We must, Madam President, utilize technology in a positive and constructive manner to facilitate financial inclusion for all, access to general education and skill training, but also telemedicine and treatment, as well as instant government services. Madam President, 2024 marks the 5th time for me to address the General Assembly. In 2020, I made my maiden address virtually through the optimal use of modern technology. At that time, I remarked that multilateralism came under attack on several occasions. And 4 years onwards, we still have a long way to go. We must work collectively and with a sense of urgency and positive attitudes towards a renewed commitment to a multilateral framework that is more inclusive, more equitable, more accountable, with the ultimate goal to create a better, safer, and more productive planet for our people now and in the future. In conclusion, Madam President, the theme, Leave No One Behind, is a call to action, but is also a challenge. For smaller countries like Suriname, the global system often continues exclusion, sometimes in new version and new style. As we continue our renewed commitment to building a more just, inclusive, and equitable international system where accountability is important, and together, Madam President, we must ensure that no nation, no community, no individual, no woman, and no children is excluded or left behind from the promise of peace, prosperity, and dignity. Let's live up to the spirit of one for all and all for one. I thank you, and may God bless you all.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Suriname. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Nikos Christodoulidis, President of the Republic of Cyprus. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I wish to congratulate His Excellency Ambassador Philemon Yang for his election as President of the 79th session of the General Assembly. Rest assured, Mr. President, of Cyprus' steadfast support for your mission. Your Excellencies, I humbly stood at this podium for the first time last year. My main premise then was that the UN Charter is not a reality. It is a promise, a sacred pledge that we inherited from our predecessors, from those who had the remarkable courage, the clarity of vision to put pen on paper, vision to action, and to solemnly declare, never again. These great visionaries who had the audacity to build peace upon still burning ashes of war assumes the tremendous responsibility to look beyond the horrors of the past, to learn from history, no matter how painful, and to lay the foundations for a world anchored on peace and stability, respect for international law, the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states. A world that leaves no one behind, that ensures prosperity and human dignity for all. Burning like a torch lit from those ashes, this promise was passed to us. Their voices are echoed in the halls of this building, which stand as a beacon and a symbol of the only path to the fulfillment of the UN Charter, which each and every state, each and every one of us undertook to uphold: multilateralism and respect for international law, diplomacy, peaceful settlement of disputes, cooperation over use of force and aggression, laying down arms. A world order that does not appease the aggressor, the violator of international legality. Ladies and gentlemen, only a few weeks after last year's General Assembly, on October 7, the world was shocked by the unimaginable, horrendous brutality of the terrorist attack against innocent civilians. No one was spared the blindness and cruelty of terror that Saturday morning. Women raped, children killed and abducted, the elderly witnessing the burning flame of their loved ones, their future extinguished before their eyes.
their screams penetrating the hearts, forever changing the landscape of their lives, penetrating the conscience of humanity. There is never, ever any justification for terror. There is never, ever any justification for such blatant disregard for human life and dignity. No matter where it comes from, no matter whom it concerns us all. When rape is used as a weapon of war against women and girls, when children are abducted, our voice needs to be loud, clear, united, and unequivocal. Those are our daughters, those are our children, and we failed them. Let me be clear, ours is a mission for the innocent. Innocents know no country, age, race, nor religion. Human pain and human dignity is equal for all, and it must be upheld always in each and every context. Dear friends, in the immediate aftermath of the October 7 attack, and as the humanitarian situation in Gaza deteriorated, my country, the Republic of Cyprus, acted. We acted on our moral responsibility to help the innocent civilians of Gaza, men, women, children, suffering abhorrent conditions no human should ever endure. As a country that is an integral part of the region, Cyprus built on the long-standing bonds of friendship and trust with our neighbors. Fulfilling our duty as an anchor of stability in the turbulent sea, as the European Union's lighthouse in the Eastern Mediterranean, we delivered the Amalthea Maritime Corridor to the international community, a lifeline of hope and humanity. The Cyprus Humanitarian Corridor is a manifestation of the spirit and the letter of the UN Charter, cooperation and multilateralism. It aptly demonstrates the power of diplomacy, one of our most powerful tools. Cyprus worked closely with regional and international partners, with the United Arab Emirates, the United States, with the concrete support of the European Union, the United Nations, united by a shared vision. These guiding principles are the beacon of our engagement in international relations, the power of diplomacy as a force for good. We have consistently manifested this commitment and will continue to do so. Cyprus has acted time and time again as a regional evacuation hub at time of crisis, a safe bridge, a safe haven for civilians. Dear friends, the Palestinian children that have been orphaned, forced to live in tents with no access to the most basic items of existence, food, shelter, education, safety, are also our children. No child should ever endure such nightmare. They didn't cause this war. They do not deserve it. They suffer in silence. Their cries are haunting our conscience. We have also failed them. The situation in Gaza is a desperate cry for us to act decisively. We must do all that is in our power. We must act as leaders, as states, as international and regional organizations. My country has emphatically stressed the need for the respect of international humanitarian law, the protection of civilians, the rapid, safe, and unhindered flow of humanitarian aid into Gaza, for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages. This war must end now. The suffering must stop now. We have also consistently underlined and acted on the imperative of avoiding further escalation and destabilization in our region, and of the vital importance of preventing regional escalation. We are deeply alarmed by the recent developments in our neighboring Lebanon and stress the need for restraint. A step back must be taken from the brink. Excellencies, the wider region of the Eastern Mediterranean and the greater Middle East, our neighborhood, is no doubt a turbulent region faced with a multitude of complex challenges. And yet, this neighborhood is so much more than the prevailing narrative. I will never accept the linear narrative of a region in turmoil. It is a narrative that ignores the complexities, but also the immense promise of the region and its people, the dynamics of opportunity and change that are unfolding. I have seen this journey closely, witnessing the full cooperation in the region, experience firsthand what countries of the region can achieve when they come together behind a common vision for the future, committed to multilateralism, always in respect of international legality. And I'm convinced that the Eastern Mediterranean and the wider Middle East can move decisively beyond the prevailing narrative of being a region in turmoil and become a hub of stability, peace, and cooperation. For the region to fulfill its promise, there has to be a path for lasting peace. There is an urgent need to reinvigorate the Middle East peace process and reach a political settlement in line with the relevant UN Security Council resolutions. There is no other path to walk. Out of tragedy and suffering of the last year, let us exert every effort to ensure there is lifeline to peace. There are no shortcuts, no alternatives or substitutes to a lasting peace. There are no frozen conflicts. The vacuum created in the absence of a viable peace becomes a breeding ground for crisis and conflict. We can never be complacent. This is a painful lesson recent history teaches us over and over again. The Russian invasion of Ukraine, a sovereign nation, came as yet another stark reminder of what is at stake if we don't defend and uphold the principles enshrined in the UN Charter. Cyprus strongly condemns any breach of international peace and security effected through military action by any state against the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of another state. My country has stood in an unwavering manner since the first day of the Russian invasion on the right side of the history. Cyprus, my country, itself a victim of invasion and continuing occupation, has steadfastly supported the unity, territorial integrity, and sovereignty of Ukraine. Madam President, Your Excellencies, the torch for peace in Cyprus awaits to be lit. This year, on July 20th, we mourned 50 years since the Turkish invasion of Cyprus. Through use of force, Turkey occupies a sovereign European state. It violates the sovereignty and territorial integrity of an EU member state. 50 years, half a century of continuing Turkish occupation of approximately 37% of the territory of the Republic of Cyprus, of continuous violation of the UN Charter, international law, including international humanitarian and human rights law. 50 years that the displaced stoically await to return to their ancestral homes. 50 years that the mothers of the missing stoically await the remains of their loved ones to lay them to rest in peace. Half a century of blatant disregard of UN Security Council resolutions, resolutions that have also called for the return of the fenced town of Varosha to its lawful inhabitants and its transfer to the administration of the UN. And yet, 50 years of resilience and hope by Cypriots, hope for peace, a burning desire and a deep belief by my people, by all Cypriots, that this cannot be the future of Cyprus. It cannot be the future of our children and of the generations to come. They deserve to live, to thrive in coexistence and co-creation in a reunified country in conditions of viable peace. I'm often asked, dear friends, if I'm optimistic about peace in Cyprus after 50 years. Let me recall the words of Jean Monnet, one of the inspired founders of the European Union, when he proclaimed that this is not the time for blind optimism or paralyzing pessimism. Now is the time to be determined. And so the answer is that I'm determined to work tirelessly and bravely for peace in Cyprus, to reunify my country and its people in a modern, viable European state with no troops of occupation, no foreign guarantees. I'm determined to provide for all Cypriots all rights and fundamental freedoms that other Europeans enjoy. They deserve nothing less. I'm determined not to fail them. To my Turkish Cypriot and Greek Cypriot compatriots, I hear your call for peace. It has not faded over time. It has grown louder, more determined. We look to the UN Secretary General, who understands the imperative of reunification, to fulfill the promise of peace, to deliver on the pledge of the UN Charter. I'm determined to continue exerting all efforts to resume negotiations for a viable solution to the Cyprus issue with the only framework, the relevant UN Security Council resolutions that call for a bizonal, bicommunal federation with political equality as defined by the relevant UN Security Council resolutions and fully in line with EU law, values and principles. Your Excellencies, since the last time I stood before you in this hall, we have exerted every effort to resume the peace process. There is no alternative to the path of peace. I'm committed and I'm ready to sit at the negotiating table today, not tomorrow, today. I have clarity of vision for the future of my country, for the future of our children in a unified, prosperous, viable European state. To Mr. Erdogan, history will judge us, and history is unforgiving in the light it casts on leaders who have an opportunity to deliver peace and instead choose the path of revisionism and disregard for international law. Those who want to lead must lead by example. The voice of morality, Mr. Erdogan, cannot have selective historical amnesia or selective sensitivity to violations to international law. The aggressor, the violator of international law, cannot be the advocate of legality nor point the finger to others. On this podium yesterday, we heard Mr. Erdogan call for the disregard of the UN Charter, the violation of the UN Security Council resolutions and international law, including the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. And my response, the response of the international community is clear. Illegality stemming from invasion, aggression, and use of force cannot be recognized. International law is not a la carte. Its interpretation does not change depending on who is the violator. It applies equally to all contexts, to all countries. It applies to Turkey, a country that 50 years ago used force in violation of the UN Charter, invaded the sovereign state, and is an occupation force in Cyprus. It is an affront to this plenary to name an invasion a peace operation. Revisionists cannot change reality, not now, not ever. To Mr. Erdogan, I also say now is the time to deliver on your proclaimed commitment to international law and to peace. No country that believes in the moral superiority of its position refuses to sit on the negotiating table. I adamantly believe that we can carve a new path, one of peace, cooperation, and collaboration. We cannot change geography. It is an opportunity, not a curse. Turkey and Cyprus will always remain neighbors. Let us change the narrative. Let us transform our proximity into a promise. Let us build together a legacy of peace that can be transformative for the whole region. Ladies and gentlemen, in our common agenda, the Secretary General remarked that humanity faces a stark and urgent choice, and break down or break through. I welcome the Secretary General's new agenda for peace and support multilateral efforts towards peace and security. Collective action is urgently needed to address the changing nature of conflicts, including challenges posed by new technologies, the climate emergency, rising inequalities, and backtracking on human rights. Halfway to the deadline, it is alarming that our world is off track to achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Despite some glimmers of hope, action, transformative solutions and comprehensive reforms are urgently needed. The agendas and resolutions are in place. We don't need more words. We need action. Human rights constitute the backbone of the multilateral system, and it is a top priority for Cyprus foreign policy, guided by our long-lasting commitment to promoting, protecting, and fulfilling all human rights, as well as advancing and strengthening international human rights within the United Nations. Cyprus has announced its first ever candidacy for the Human Rights Council for the period 2025-27, with elections taking place this fall. Our candidature stems from our deep dedication to promoting, protecting, and fulfilling basic human rights for all, as well as advancing and strengthening international human rights within the United Nations system. Ladies and gentlemen, the world is at an inflection point. Our children, the generations to come, are watching, and they will hold us accountable. The decisions we make today, the courage and vision we transform into action, have the potential to change the trajectory of the world. We have an opportunity to come together and through multilateralism, by upholding the primacy of the UN Charter, to build a safer, more secure world. The nature of the challenges we face is such that no country can address it on its own. We need to come together. We, the peoples of the United Nations, determine. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Cyprus. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Peter Pellegrini, President of the Slovak Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and privilege to address you from this place. It's the first time for me in my capacity of President of Slovakia. The United Nations organization, which we helped to found with our brotherly Czech nation under Czechoslovakia's flag, has been here for almost 8 decades. We could spend hours discussing its imperfections or flaws. We have a legitimate right to ask how the UN delivers on its core mission, and that is maintaining peace, guaranteeing international law, and protecting human rights. And most importantly, why it fails to do so quite often. Despite all its faults and failures, the UN is the only truly global forum we have. It is the backbone of the world order based on rules and international law. The cornerstone of the world as we know it. The UN is a vital international ecosystem for most countries in the world, including Slovakia. The sovereignty of the majority is, to a great extent, based on our ability to cooperate, show solidarity, and look for points where our often different interests meet. It builds on our readiness to reach a compromise and respect our diversity based on shared universal values rules, and obligations. Especially in today's uncertain times, it is a powerful pillar of sovereignty, just like its classic features, territorial integrity or independence of action. The way we cooperate tells us a story about us, where we do belong, what do we reach for, and eventually who we are as people, community, humanity. Our joint confidence in the existing system of international relations with the UN as its key element is what separates us from chaos and arbitrariness. In other words, from war and violence. There are countries and entities among us that believe that the absence of rules will be the breeding ground for their future success. They believe that the force is above the law. In reality, however, the collapse of a rules-based system would eventually get back at those who desire it the most today. In Slovakia's immediate vicinity, in Ukraine, a war has been going on for almost 1,000 days already. As a result of Russia's aggression, which violated such basic principles of international law as sovereignty and territorial integrity. It is worth reminding that our neighbor, Ukraine, legitimately defends its country and its people according to international law, including the UN Charter. Every day, this war continues to destroy the lives, the infrastructure, and the future of Ukrainian men and women. And it is of no good to Russia's people either, as they die too, and the war has come to them as well. The escalation grows. It is high time to start looking for a peaceful, sustainable, and just end to this conflict, based on the principles of international law and the UN Charter. Looking at the world's geography for parts of the globe, it might seem like a local and by far not the only serious conflict the world faces today. Let us recall the suffering of the people in Gaza after the horrific terrorist attack by Hamas against Israel and the casualties on both sides. Or the state collapses in Haiti or Sudan, both followed by humanitarian disasters. However, from the international community's point of view, what we see here is an existential struggle for the nature and future of international law and adherence to agreed rules. None of us today can think that the UN can fully prevent all wars and conflicts in Ukraine, the Middle East, Africa, or elsewhere. The reason, however, isn't some kind of alleged dysfunction of the organization and its agencies. It is rather the lack of joint political will in its highest body, the Security Council. On the other hand, it's a fact that the UN was born with powerful and exclusive checks without effective balances. For years, there has been a general understanding that the UN needs a deep reform, and Slovakia stands ready to continue assisting this legitimate effort. We see that we must rather look for effective prevention, management, and eventually solutions to conflicts within local or continental alliances. The role of the UN remains central, but the need for partnership with regional organizations is growing. For us in Europe, it is NATO and the EU. This is the only way for the UN, with its foundations laid in the last century, to withstand the threats and challenges of the current one. I don't find it appropriate or useful to divide the world into a global north or global south, east or west. Much more important is to look at who respects our shared rules and obligations and who doesn't, who is interested in making them stronger and acting by them, and who is rather undermining them or applying double standards. All of us are far from perfect. However, it fills me with hope that those of us who respect our shared values and rules form the vast majority here, and those who despise, systematically ignore, harm or apply these rules only when it comes in handy are only a few. It's often those who try to take apart not only the rules but also the meaning of words. In the flood of information and misinformation that we face today, we must not renounce the truth. The reverse is still the reverse and not the face. A lie is just a lie, not a fact of an alternate reality. Aggression is no defense. Occupation is no brotherly help, liberation, or some mythical togetherness. Likewise, war remains war, no matter what euphemism they call it. We must not forget that words and those who speak them, including traditional and social media, remain the most powerful weapons, determiners of good and evil. They can both fortify or disrupt unity and trust in our societies and communities. They can promote tolerance or spread hatred. It is of utter importance that we speak out against those who abuse words by giving them alternate or even opposite meanings. Promoting information integrity should be high on our priority list. The global debate on climate change is a good example proving we can do this. The denying of climate change and its evidence by renewed scientific teams around the world, quite common until recently, is in the face of increasingly destructive climate conditions and disasters, now obscure even in the most marginal opinion groups. Our emissions are already beyond the imaginary line of our Paris commitments, before which we could still significantly slow down what we, humanity, have caused through our activities. Blaming each other won't help either. We'd better do what we can. Let's invest part of our personal and political activity into what is already happening with our climate, mitigating the consequences of hurricanes, floods, and extinguishing fires, both figuratively and unfortunately also literally, is today's urgent climate agenda. Protection of freedom, human rights, and human dignity for everyone, efforts to reduce poverty, strengthening food security, upgrading health, hygiene and vaccination standards, environmental protection, preservation of ecosystems and diversity. Here, along with the climate change mitigation, I see a huge area of action for the UN and its specialized agencies too. Practical and well-directed policies, coordination of different national development and assistance programs into regional synergies and successes, as well as comprehensive and expert evaluation of green transition efforts. That is what I expect from the UN of today. I am proud that Slovakia belongs not only in Europe, but also globally to the leaders in compliance with the joint climate commitments. I believe the UN should also pay much more attention to the technological and digital aspects of our lives. Today, it's almost equally important as our physical identities. What I have in mind is no global regulation. That is a task for regional actors. I rather think of the widest possible involvement of new technologies into everything that the UN has been working on. My point is that the whole world should more evenly benefit from technological progress. It should become one of the main engines of social progress and a way to level differences and promote gender equality. All of this is also a part of the basic mission of the UN. Another pressing problem in front of many countries and the entire international community is migration. It is a phenomenon that divides us rather than unites us, an agenda on which elections are won or lost today. However, we should never forget that the most of our ancestors across Europe were refugees too, when they fled before war, poverty, or persecution during Nazism or communism. There is no magic formula for addressing illegal migration. It is, however, clear that many aspects of migration need clear rules, transparent procedures, and effective policies. Measures which will help the source, transit, as well as target countries. And it is also legitimate to appropriately address all security risks that, in particular, the illegal migration brings. But what we need in the first place is a calm, pragmatic, and realistic dialogue leading to the cooperation of all concerned parties, which not only deals with the consequences, but above all with the causes of illegal migration as well as those who aid and profit from it. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Slovakia has a long-term been an active member of the UN. In the spirit of all these issues, priorities, and challenges that I mentioned today, Slovakia is preparing as a candidate for a non-permanent seat in the UN Security Council in 2028 and 2029. Our diplomats and experts are sitting in executive boards of several specialized UN agencies. The roots of Czechoslovak and today's Slovak diplomacy are closely linked with international cooperation. Names like Milan Rastislav Štefánik, Štefan Osusky, Ivan Krno, or Jan Papanek are well known in the diplomatic community, and some of them left a strong footprint here in the UN corridors too. The last one, Jan Papanek, was Czechoslovakia's delegate at the San Francisco conference and was one of the 14 people who formulated the final text of the charter that gave birth to this organization. All these prominent Slovak diplomats had one thing in common. They all were true and convinced multilateralists. And it is to multilateralism that we, to a large extent, owe our modern statehood and identity. It's therefore up to us, the leaders of this world, to stress in communication to our citizens that the building blocks and rules of the international community, which we have been lying together for almost 8 decades since 1945, have no sustainable alternative. It is our task to say and repeat that we must not bring them down, but on the contrary, fix and bolster them. Multilateralism, just like the world around us, is complex and has many diverse and often opposing layers. It requires a lot of patience, and it often brings frustration and bitterness. However, it's also the most precious generational wealth that we can rely to our posterity. It's up to us in what condition and how well or ill prepared for the future we will jointly pass it on. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Slovak Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam Deputy President, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellencies, delegates. Namibia congratulates His Excellency Philemon Yang, President of the General Assembly. I also extend my appreciation to his successor, His Excellency Dennis Francis, for successfully steering the Assembly through trying times. It was during the 78th session where the relevance of the Assembly's work repeatedly came to the fore through reaffirmations. The theme for this general debate, leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations, aligns perfectly well with our shared aspiration for effective international cooperation. In this regard, the adoption of the Pact for the Future and its annexes on the 23rd of this month, 2024, is encouraging. Namibia is proud to have served alongside Germany as a co-facilitator of the Summit of the Future. I congratulate all delegates for their commitment that brought the pact to fruition, all of you. Namibia's interest in the Pact for Future is grounded in the understanding that multilateral institutions, including the Security Council of the United Nations, do not represent African needs and aspirations. The institution created in 1945 must better respond to today's challenges. At the core of the pact is this recognition and the urgency for profound global transformation. At the heart of our quest to rebuild trust in multilateralism is a legitimate demand to be recognized as equal partners. Partners who can be trusted. Partners in the fight against war, against poverty, against global injustices and inequalities. Mr. President, Namibia is particularly concerned about the impact of climate change. Changes in ocean temperature have affected our fish stocks with potential long-term consequences for our livelihoods, ecosystems, and tourism. Namibia and the rest of SADC region are going through an El Niño phenomena which has adversely impacted our food security. In this regard, Namibia has to declare a state of emergency to address the severe effect of drought. As we approach the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration, we are presented with a renewed opportunity to strengthen gender equality. Namibia remains among the top 9 countries globally that have close to 80% of gender gap. In the past 12 months, we have achieved perfect parity in the National Assembly, where 50% of representatives are women. Namibia is preparing for the 8th Presidential and National Assembly elections on 27 November 2024. Political parties, including the ruling party, which I represent, have nominated female candidates. We hope that the United Nations will have a female Secretary General in the near future. Namibia is working to develop a sustainable energy mix to support its ambitious industrialization agenda and to contribute to the world's efforts to combat climate change. We are establishing green industrialization ecosystem for decarbonizing industries that find it difficult to lower their greenhouse emissions. Investment in this key sector is critical in Namibia. And Namibia is urging developed nations to scale up support for developing countries to facilitate gradual energy transition. Turning to international peace and security, there is an urgent need for this Assembly to support the modalities to actualize the adversary opinion rendered by International Court of Justice regarding the ongoing conflict in Gaza. Prolonged occupation does not justify or make acceptance the hardship and injustice endured. This is particularly true for the people of Gaza, who continue to be brutally massacred. As a country that has endured genocide, Namibia believes that Israel, by intent and by action, is committing genocide. Namibia continues to call for a ceasefire and humanitarian assistance to flow unhindered into Gaza. On economic matter, economic hardship continue to affect the sister Republic of Cuba in stark contrast to the ideals of inclusivity and the goals of leaving no one behind. Namibia calls for the end of economic, financial, and commercial blockade against Cuba and calls for removal of Cuba from states that are accused of sponsoring terrorism. Namibia also reiterates its call for the immediate and unconditional lifting of illegal sanctions against our neighbor Zimbabwe, which hinders the country's capacity to achieve sustainable development goals. Further affronts to the United Nations Charter, its purpose and principle is the continued disenfranchisement of the people of Western Sahara, who are denied the right to self-determination. The 79th session of the UN General Assembly must do more to change that situation. In conclusion, Namibia is a child of international solidarity midwifed by the United Nations, and therefore remains its firmest of proponents. The United Nations system can be strengthened if we hold hands and work together as bridge builders to illustrate, as illustrated by the Summit of the Future, by choosing the way of collaboration over enmity, peaceful dialogue over war and conflict, and de-escalation instead of escalating things, we can achieve our shared goal of more peaceful, just, and prosperous world. And I thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Namibia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mohamed Yunus Menfi, President of the Presidential Council of the State of Libya. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I would like to congratulate you on your election as President of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I wish you and your team all the success. I would also like to express my thanks and appreciation to Mr. Dennis Francis for his excellent stewardship of the previous session. Thanks are also due to His Excellency the Secretary General Antonio Guterres for his continuous effort to promote international peace and security, as well as his good offices to achieve the noble objectives of the United Nations and his role in promoting human rights. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, Libya has suffered for over more than a decade from successive transitional periods tainted with unjustified conflicts and wars among brothers. They were fueled by foreign interference aimed at weakening the state, deepening divisions, and controlling its natural resources, as well as its political and social decision. This necessitates a strong stance today to regain control. Challenges are huge and complex before us. However, we're still trying to reach consensual solutions to unite our words and ranks and gather all parties around one table to find a national solution. However, this institutional division that is a result of the systematic obstruction by some political parties and the subsequent conflict over privileges and prerogatives led to the escalation of this institutional and political crises. It further complicated the political landscape. This started with building parallel bodies, leading to the freezing and cancelling of our commitment to certain political agreements and resolutions of the Security Council, and the use of the resources of the state as a tool for political pressure, and the last of which was also attacking the Libyan prosecution and adjudication. And it is our duty to shoulder our responsibility to ensure the safety of our country and its strength. The comprehensive political solution, including the financial, economic, and security paths, in addition to national interests, is the only way to ensure our stability so that we can hold elections and renew the legitimacy of all institutions so that the Libyan people can ensure self-determination. We commend all national and international effort aimed at promoting dialogue among different Libyan parties. We firmly believe that the Libyan people have the right to decide their destiny and choose whom to govern it and run its affairs. And this will be achieved when we renew the legitimacy and regain the control that some parties are trying to prevent. Libyans are the most capable to decide on their destiny, and people can choose whom to represent it through the fair elections and referendum to overcome any political stalemate. Ladies and gentlemen, the National Reconciliation Project, under the sponsorship of the Presidential Council, is undergoing a slow process due to the recent developments witnessed in the country, especially that some political parties are trying to obstruct it by all means. We reiterate the need to accelerate this path, to build trust. In this vein, we commend the efforts of the African Union. We call for a Libyan dialogue to ensure a national pact and a comprehensive reconciliation conference. We stress the need for all stakeholders to participate constructively to reach a peaceful settlement based on a Libyan solution away from any foreign dictations or interferences. We cannot reach sustainable solutions without a serious and honest dialogue among Libyans without any foreign interference. This would ensure the unity of our country, its social cohesion and sovereignty. This month coincides with the first anniversary of the destruction of parts of the city of Darna due to Hurricane Danielle. This was an unforgettable and painful event that left behind a lot of destruction and huge human and material losses. However, we also remember the effort of the Libyans who came together to draw a clear lesson on the ability of the Libyan people to overcome the obstacles and crises they face That's when they decide to solve their problems domestically without any foreign interferences or dictations. We renew our support to the sincere effort for recovery as we pave the way for the reconstruction all over the country. Ladies and gentlemen, the genocide and ethnic cleansing committed by the Israeli occupation against the Palestinian and Lebanese peoples represent a heinous violation of international law. We uphold the principles of accountability, and we should not allow any impunity and ensure accountability. And therefore, Libya joined South Africa's case before the ICJ on the grave violations of the Israeli entity to all international rules and laws. And we must ensure accountability for the mass genocide and violations that the Palestinian people are subjected to. We stress the need to work on addressing the situation and eliminate the specter of a regional war in the region through addressing the situation in Gaza and putting an end to the heinous violations against Palestine. We stress the right of the Palestinian people in self-determination and establishing their independent statehood with Jerusalem as its capital. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, turning to the regional and international affairs, we stress the need for concerted effort to counter illegal migration and terrorism. This represents a huge challenge, not only to Libya, but to many other countries, especially the African countries, the countries in the region, and Libya, for we are a transit country that shoulder a huge burden in this vein. We believe that the solution to this matter necessitates concerted effort while taking into account all national legislations, humanitarian aspects, and the protection of migrants' rights. Turning to terrorism, Libya has gravely suffered from this scourge. We succeeded in defeating Daesh thanks to the sacrifice of our people and the effort of the military institution, as well as the support of the international community. We continue to work on promoting domestic security and protecting our borders through the cooperation with the international community. We endeavor to establish security centers to coordinate effort among different national security forces and the neighboring countries. Combating terrorism is not a mere military confrontation. It's a multifaceted phenomenon that requires greater concerted local and international effort and a comprehensive approach that addresses its different dimensions. And despite the efforts of the United Nations in this vein, we believe in need to develop national mechanisms to counter these challenges away from any negative interferences. Ladies and gentlemen, I stress that it's high time to close ranks and build bridges of unity. Let's make our solidarity the cornerstone of our homeland, this generous homeland and people who love life. I assure you that we would not enjoy our wealth if the seeds of strife and discord continue to thrive among us. Our unity is the path to our stability. It's the hope that would carry our children into a better future. I urge you to uphold our national unity and take off the interference that aims at undermining our endeavors. History bears witness to the greatness of this people, the Libyan people, who was a source of inspiration to nations and peoples for decades. They proved that despite all challenges experienced, they always raise up stronger and more resilient and adamant. Libyans will not forget those who stood by them in times of hardship. We will continue to work to build a bright future worthy of the aspirations and hopes of our people. We will spare no sacrifice for its sake. Thank you, and peace and blessings of God be upon you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Presidential Council of the State of Libya. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Luis Rodolfo Abinader Corona, President of the Dominican Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Excelentísimo
Your Excellency, Mr. Philemon Yang, President of the 79th session of the UN General Assembly, Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, United Nations Secretary General, heads of state and government, distinguished heads of delegation, ladies and gentlemen. I wish, on behalf of the Dominican people, to express my congratulations to Mr. Philemon Yang on his election as President of this Assembly. In turn, I would like to thank him for his work and thank the Secretary General for the successful organization of this 79th session, and in particular for the recently closed Summit of the Future. This ambitious effort stressed the need to bolster international financing to ensure that we can attain the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. It demonstrates the sincere determination to work for a present and future of peace, civic well-being, respect for human rights, and democratic values. I'd like to emphasize that in the Dominican Republic, we have made considerable headway in the SDGs in poverty reduction, food security, energy sustainability, public safety, and climate action, just to cite a few examples. By way of example, monetary poverty shrank from 25.8% in 2019 to 23% in 2023. This despite the pandemic and the effects of the war. And in the first half of this year, it fell to 18.9%, which is the lowest level in our history. Over the 4 years of our administration, we have more than doubled spending on social protection. Our agricultural policy has been key to guaranteeing food security and maintaining profitability for Dominican farmers. Despite being an island with limited amounts of arable land, we have managed to boost our food self-sufficiency from 88.5% in 2019 to 90.6% in 2023. Indeed, we've established self-sufficiency in this sector to a large extent. Turning to the generation, transmission and distribution of affordable and clean energy, we've made significant strides and important improvements in electric regulations. We are beginning to build 2,000 new megawatts in thermal generation, and we've signed contracts for 1,600 megawatts of renewable energy, with 600 megawatts already in operation and 1,300 in construction. By the end of 2027, for the first time, we will have a surplus generation capacity of over 15%. This will guarantee greater stability, sustainability, and prices for our energy supply. Public safety has also seen a considerable improvement. In 2022, the murder rate in our country stood at 13.2 for every 100,000 inhabitants. In 2023, it fell to 11.5, and in 2024, so far, it stands at 9.9. This figure is below the average for Latin America and the Caribbean, which, according to UN data, is 17.2. We stand steadfast in our commitment to tackle the triple planetary crisis: climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. Playing a fundamental role in establishing the Loss and Damage Fund and achieving the target of 30 by 30 in protecting our marine areas. All of these crucial topics warrant our full attention. However, the resurgence of war and unchecked violence mean that we are forced to focus on this regrettable emergency. Since its adoption in 1945, the United Nations Charter has served us well. But after 7 decades, a series of challenges have built up which now threaten to spill over the existing institutional framework, as was stressed by the Secretary-General in his opening statement. There is a widespread consensus that we urgently need a new model of global governance. A model that fosters greater trust and effectiveness in the decisions that emanate from this crucial concert of nations. For the Dominican Republic, commitment to effective and renewed multilateralism is a priority. We believe this approach is needed to guarantee respect for international law and to protect nations from global threats that compromise their security and well-being. Without concerted, principles-based action, the foundations of the international community will continue to erode. Since its formation, the Dominican Republic has been a standard-bearer for peace and the peaceful settlement of conflicts. The loss of thousands of innocent lives of children and the aging is unacceptable. For this reason, we speak up to strongly demand effective protection for our civilian population in line with the norms of international humanitarian law. There is a solid theory that posits that democracies rarely go into war against others. Dominicans are convinced that the promotion of democracy is essential for the building of lasting peace. Democracy cannot be reduced to a system of mechanic procedures. Democracy has to be a living reality which positively transforms our citizens' lives. President, we stand at a crucial juncture for democracy in Latin America and the Caribbean. Over the last few decades, we have borne witness to considerable deterioration in the quality of and support for democratic systems. In line with according to the Latino Barometer poll, support for democracy has fallen significantly from between 2010 and 2023, and at the same time authoritarianism increased. Many factors have impacted this decline, including the effects of frequent economic global crises, which have become cyclical since the end of the 1990s. Another factor is also that citizens are not seeing the tangible benefits of democracy and are very concerned by personalism and corruption, which undermine trust in democratic institutions. In light of this, a clear propensity to remain in power stands out, which in the case of Latin America has taken the form of indefinite re-election, which over the last 30 years has eroded democracy. One example of this is the crisis in Venezuela, which combines a concentration of power, persecution of the opposition, and censure of the media. Without due transparency of the electoral process and without necessary documentation, the crisis will further worsen. We continue to insist on the publication of all electoral records and their verification by impartial institutions in respect for the results of the popular will in Venezuela. Without the publication of these documents, a legitimate winner will not be able to be declared. Transfers of power are essential to guaranteeing responsible and genuinely participatory politics. Democracy is based on a founding principle. The loser has to accept their defeat and exercise true, faithful, constructive opposition. Another democratic principle establishes that the winner must not bully nor crush their adversary. Democracy cannot be exercised solely by and for the winners. The majority has to be treated with respect, and the minority has to be included, including equal rights and ensuring that they are treated with equity and justice. On the 19th of May, the Dominican people re-elected me at the first round for a second and final presidential mandate, which led to a qualified majority in both chambers of the Congress. I'm looking ahead to strengthening Dominican democracy, and to this end, I presented a constitutional reform to the Dominican Congress, which will comprehensively limit presidential re-elections to 2 consecutive terms and no more. This reform aims to leave a legacy of greater political and social stability to future generations, and aims to establish a general principle that is clear and robust. That power is always transitory and must be there to serve the people. Mr. President, every democracy needs to make a commitment to defending human rights. It is fundamental to protecting dignity and the freedom of every individual, and to provide legitimacy to political power. The Dominican government is profoundly committed to protecting human rights at a national and international level. This commitment is an integral part of our foreign policy. This establishes the promotion and defense of human rights as one of its main pillars. Here there can be no horse trading nor factions, just principles. For this reason, the crisis in Haiti warrants particular attention. For more than 3 years now, the instability in our neighboring country has put significant pressure on our own security. We have firmly been asking for the involvement of the international community to show its sustained leadership in stabilizing Haiti. This is a strategic need for security in my country and across the whole region. The Dominican state has shouldered a high responsibility in the Haitian crisis, far more than should be expected of it, by providing essential services to a large amount of the population from our neighboring country. In 2023, medical appointments to Haitian immigrants represented 9.9% of the total medical appointments provided in our national health system. In addition, there are currently around 200,000 foreign minors in our Dominican public education system, of which it is thought that 147,000 are Haitian in origin. These figures reflect the supportive commitment shown by the Dominican Republic, but we can't do it alone. After a long struggle for the adoption of various resolutions within the Security Council, we finally began to see a path towards stability with the establishment of the Transitional Presidential Council and the arrival of the Multinational Security Support Mission in Haiti. We take this opportunity to express our thanks to Kenya and to President Ruto, which has provided the majority of the personnel supporting the Haitian National Police. We further thank the United States, which has shouldered most of the financial and logistics burden. Likewise, we thank Jamaica, Bahamas, and El Salvador that have already sent their contributions. Further, we thank CARICOM for its efforts towards dialogue and agreement and consultation in Haiti. The Dominican Republic has made its own contribution by providing emergency health services to the Multinational Security Support Mission. To date, only 400 of the MSS troops have been deployed out of a minimum of 1,000 that are needed to ensure that the force can be effective. We need this to be established so that the free, fair and transparent elections can be held. Ladies and gentlemen, we've reached this point with great sacrifices, but practically 1 year from the holding of elections in Haiti, the conditions are still not in place for us to do so. We cannot allow the efforts that have been made to date to fail. If that were to happen, Haiti's collapse would be imminent, and the consequences of that would affect the entire region. This mission is an exceptional source of hope for the establishment of normality in Haiti. A failure could lead to us needing to take drastic measures to protect our national security. It's unacceptable that at this stage of the game, some of the countries that have had an impact on the Haitian situation or that have committed to resolving it have not fully kept their promises. While my country's national security is implicated, I will not let up in my demands for stability in Haiti. President, the Dominican Republic and the government that I preside will continue cooperating with the international community in a supportive, committed manner to meet the Sustainable Development Goals. The global landscape means that we need to act as a cohesive community with, like a true concert of nations, with one common goal and an aligned vision for the future. We'll be judged by history, not only in terms of the speeches that we give in these illustrious halls, but also, more importantly, for the actions that we undertake in practice. We cannot fail our peoples. We cannot fail humanity. We cannot fail the future. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Dominican Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Klaus Werner Iohannis, President of Romania. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, we have all gathered here, the world leaders, with the responsibility of a better global vision and the will to make it happen. There is no better and more representative framework than our 79-year-old United Nations, anchored in the UN Charter and the international law. However insecure the world is today, the answer to our problems will always be more cooperation and more solidarity. Romania will always uphold the international world order with the United Nations at its core. If we want to find the solutions, we need to have a more responsible look at our world, to understand its challenges. Let us remember what brought us here together in the first place: peace as a state of spirit, as a purpose, as a tool. Regrettably, we see around the globe that insecurity, violence, conflicts, and even war have taken a firm grip on our world. Our main challenge is finding the much-needed solutions to restore and safeguard peace. Otherwise, the international order and the international law are ours to lose. When diplomacy is the most difficult tool to use, it is precisely then when we need to use it most. Look at the dire global consequences of the Russian war against Ukraine. It has unleashed the greatest security crisis in Europe in recent history, in breach of the international law, and with implications going well beyond Europe. In this context, Romania has extended a strong, multidimensional support for Ukraine and its people, and we are committed to maintain it for as long as it is needed. At the same time, Romania will continue its unwavering support to consolidate the resilience of the Republic of Moldova, the second most affected country by this war. Our security is not regional, it is global. This brutal war has already harmed nations and people across the world. Food security stands proof. My country has a crucial role in facilitating the grain exports from Ukraine through our ports on the Danube and at the Black Sea. A long-term conflict is unacceptable, and we must stay the course. Ukraine needs the resolute support of all UN member states determined to uphold the international law and the United Nations Charter. Romania fully supports the peace initiative of President Zelensky. It is the only approach to ensure a just and lasting peace in full agreement with the UN Charter and the international law. Ladies and gentlemen, protecting all civilians must remain our common objective. Almost a year ago, the heinous attack committed by Hamas against Israeli civilians has shocked the world. Against the spiral of violence that followed, our actions based on Security Council resolutions should prevail. The end of hostilities, a safe release of all hostages, and facilitation of the safe shipment of the humanitarian aid for the civilians in Gaza are imperatives no one can deny. Furthermore, we support all efforts to resume the political process based on the two-state solution, coexisting in peace and security within safe and recognized borders. More broadly, around the world, there are alarming calls to stop blatant violations of human rights under many forms and rooted in different causes. There is a sense of urgency that remains unanswered. Conflict prevention and peacekeeping are essential tools in this regard. At the same time, we must support the cooperation with regional organizations in view of their role in preventing, keeping, and enforcing peace. Distinguished audience, the impact of climate change is a growing threat to our security, and its consequences are already obvious. As these negative events increase, they impact demography, economies, energy, connectivity, and geopolitics. It is vital to further enhance international cooperation and ensure the much-needed civil protection mechanisms. Romania actively participates at the international level in the exercises, projects, and actions to provide emergency response, especially to limit the impact of wildfires. The UN system is essential to mainstream our efforts and to create synergies. We need to accelerate our work to keep the 1.5 degrees target alive. And since climate change is a threat multiplier, Romania supports an integrated approach to the climate and security nexus within the United Nations system. Green transition also includes energy transition, while ensuring energy security as an important development marker. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in an era when we could fully enjoy the opportunities offered by information, innovation, and connections. Nevertheless, instead of harnessing their potential to our common benefit, we see increased distrust and hatred. We see polarization and rise of extremism instead of coexistence and tolerance. Technology misuses, disinformation, and other hybrid tools are at the center of the problem with the aim of undermining our security. In such times, it has become way easier to destroy than to build. But it is now that we need to seek strength in global institutions, principles, and values, all of those which serve to safeguard human dignity. And human dignity cannot be secured without human rights. They are never optional and continue to stand as one of the fundamental pillars of the United Nations system. In this regard, international legal instruments have a crucial role. For example, in digital transition, we see that technology is a global amplifier of trends. It is up to us to decide whether it will contribute to a more effective and accessible public services. We also have to recognize the essential role of civil society, the human rights defenders, and the involvement of youth in advancing human rights. We are also following the situation of gender equality and the fight against gender violence. Romania is a firm supporter of gender equality, which we promote as member of the Human Rights Council and most recently of the Commission on the Status of Women. Distinguished audience, there is no viable alternative to the United Nations and the principles upon which the organization was built, which remain more valid than ever. Our focus is to continue the United Nations reform so that it will be fit to address current challenges and the ones looming, a more effective and more efficient United Nations, a more representative United Nations where trust can be fostered. Romania advocates for an extended Security Council where transparency and accountability are the norm, not the exception. A UN more accessible to the public and more meaningful, where youth can have a say on matters affecting them, where the voices of the civil society and other stakeholders are heard. This is why a pact for the future was so urgently required to give fresh shape and purpose to our vision for the next generations. Finally, the United Nations has a continuous aspiration for a better world, from those who dreamed of peace and tolerance to those who will never stop fighting for it. A world where sovereignty, territorial integrity, international law, and human rights are respected, where each country can choose its own path with dignity and free from aggression, where every citizen is safe and free. This is our credo, and this is our call for action. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Romania. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Felix Antoine Tshisekedi Chilombo, President of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée.
President of the United Nations General Assembly, it is an immense honor for me to speak to you today for the first time since the Congolese people vested once again their trust in me, electing me for a second term as President of our nation. Having had the opportunity to speak to you before in the past, I'm particularly moved to be able to do it again at this significant moment for our country. I wish to congratulate Mr. Philemon Yang upon his election as President of this 79th session, and at the same time I wish to pay tribute to your predecessors for their constant commitment at the service of this institution. The theme of this session, leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development and human dignity for present and future generations, is a theme that particularly resonates with our aspirations in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Mr. President, United Nations Secretary General, heads of state and government, heads of delegation, multilateralism and the respect for a global rules-based system have been the essential pillars that have supported peace, security, health and prosperity the world over the last 80 years. The United Nations embody these fundamental values and remains an essential actor when it comes to the major challenges that humanity must overcome, whether it comes to guaranteeing security or addressing climate change or fighting against poverty. This reality requires strengthened multilateral cooperation. However, the noble ideals of those that drafted the United Nations Charter, that is, for it to serve as an instrument by which all countries govern their conduct, seems to be ebbing away, and the basis of collective security that it established is shaking. We have a responsibility to pool our efforts and to reaffirm our commitment to multilateralism, which is the key for truly transformational solutions in response to the challenges that we see across our world. As Dag Hammarskjöld, former United Nations Secretary General, whose sacrifice for peace in the Democratic Republic of Congo, which recalls how grave our mission is, so eloquently said, and I quote, "The goal of the UN is not to take us to heaven, but rather to prevent us from going to hell." At this critical juncture for multilateralism is of the utmost importance. It allows us to respond to common threats, to protect our planet, and to strengthen civil society and human rights. Indeed, we cannot ignore the alarming rise in saber rattling and the indecent resumption of practices of armed aggression and looting of natural resources which affect all continents. The Russia-Ukraine conflict that is ongoing and continues to affect the region is simply yet another manifestation among many others that threaten peace in the world. Yemen, Sudan, Syria, and the terrible tragedy unfolding on the Gaza Strip are part of the list of crises multilateralism needs to address. It is essential to act together to progress towards peace, sustainable development and human dignity, thereby ensuring a better future for future generations. Let us not leave anybody by the wayside. This is the clear and relevant message that's inspired the theme selected to guide the work of this 79th session of this august assembly. Mr. President, The Pact for the Future and its annexes, that is, the Global Digital Compact and the Declaration on Future Generations that we adopted during the recent Summit of the Future, highlight the importance of active collaboration to achieve a common vision of a peaceful and prosperous future. These documents represent an essential commitment to put an end to conflicts, to tackle extreme poverty and hunger, and to address challenges such as displacement of populations, illegal immigration, food insecurity, pandemics, and the risks associated with new technology. At the same time, the Global Digital Compact is an essential pillar, part of our quest for a prosperous future, and is at the heart of the fourth industrial revolution, where digital technologies have become essential. This digital transition is an unprecedented opportunity to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, in particular for the least developed countries. It seeks to reduce the digital gap and to onboard unconnected populations with digital services with a high social impact. However, in order to address this major challenge inherent to the digital revolution, global reforms are required, involving a reassessment of the international financial architecture and involving adequate financing. For this reason, the Democratic Republic of Congo aspires to attract investment to develop connectivity in Africa and calls for cooperation from multilateral partners and telecommunications operators, with knowledge transfer being key. Indeed, support for the grid development process in our country is a promising solution to link the south and north of Africa, and also to link the Indian Ocean to the Atlantic. This includes the establishment of viable partnerships with the Grant Inga hydroelectric project that seeks to respond to the growing energy demand of our country, which has been increased by the proliferation of connected devices. Furthermore, it's essential to strengthen traceability of strategic minerals, which are essential, and also technological equipment in order to ensure a responsible and sustainable exploitation of our resources. Furthermore, full participation and commitment from youth, both boys and girls, are essential to build a sustainable and inclusive society. This principle is the foundation of the Declaration on Future Generations and underscores our responsibility vis-à-vis future generations and how important it is to make decisions that enable them to flourish. For Africa, youth is a major asset for Africa's future prosperity. Investing in education, in particular in STEM subjects, that's science, technology, engineering and mathematics, and creating conducive environments for innovation are crucial. It is essential to deal with the disconnect between a fast-growing young population and the job market by providing the skills that they require to join the job market. Mr. President, the situation in the east of the Democratic Republic of the Congo is particularly concerning. The resurgence of the M23 terrorist group, supported by Rwanda, has caused an unprecedented humanitarian crisis with close to 7 million internally displaced persons. This aggression is a major violation of our national sovereignty. We call upon the international community to firmly condemn these actions and to impose targeted sanctions against Rwanda for its destabilizing and damaging role. We demand an immediate and unconditional withdrawal of Rwandan troops from our territory. While recent diplomatic initiatives such as the Luanda talks may be encouraging, they should certainly not overshadow how urgent it is to engage in this essential action. The Democratic Republic of Congo is actively committed to entrenching lasting peace in the east of the country and to promote economic development and the well-being of the so long-suffering communities experiencing this armed conflict. Nevertheless, we are not closing any door to any opportunity that would bring peace while maintaining our sovereignty and our territorial integrity. In this regard, we are resolutely committed to implementing the roadmap adopted as part of the Luanda process, and I fully support that promotes high-level dialogue seeking to re-establish trust between the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda while minimizing the risk of the current security crisis descending into a regional conflict. Furthermore, my country remains open to any other initiative by our partners that would contribute to achieving this noble goal of peace. The Democratic Republic of Congo reaffirms our firm will to ensure lasting peace. Under my leadership, we are steadfast in our commitment to pursue the implementation of the Programme for Disarmament, Demobilization and Community Recovery and Stabilization, the PDDRCS, which is a key part of our national strategy to disarm, demobilize and reintegrate combatants by providing them viable economic opportunities that are also sustainable, while at the same time stabilizing the regions affected by conflict. By ensuring a post-MONUSCO transition, we are also prioritising the repatriation of foreign combatants. The PDDRCS is a crucial tool for peace in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and I invite our partners and our friends to support it. Furthermore, thousands of victims of the genocide for economic gain in the Democratic Republic of Congo, in short, the Genocost, continue to suffer from the devastating consequences of a past marked by violence and impunity. Recognising and addressing the effects of this tragedy is crucial to enable the recovery and reconstruction of the affected communities. Beyond immediate humanitarian aid, a long-term approach focused on justice, reconciliation and sustainable development is essential to allow the victims to recover and to return to a decent life. Therefore, the government of the Democratic Republic of Congo decided to make the 2nd of August National Day, the Genocost Day, which is dedicated to the victims of the odious crimes perpetrated by rebels supported by multinational corporations and states in the region. This is a national day of coming together, and it allows us to confront our painful past so that we can move forward. It's essential to strengthen the historic conscience of our country and to affirm the determination of our nation to prevent such barbarous acts from repeating. President, terrorism is a serious threat to international peace and security, and it affects all the regions of the world. Having raged in Asia, in Western Europe and in North America, this scourge now seems to be entrenching itself in Africa. As a member of the Global Coalition Against the Islamic State, the DRC urges the United Nations to ramp up its efforts to implement the recommendations of this organisation, in particular when it comes to the Akaba process. Terrorism, which is raging in the east of our country, is closely linked to the looting and illegal exploitation of our natural resources. These criminal activities are nourishing insecurity and financing armed groups, exacerbating conflicts in the Great Lakes region. It is therefore essential for the United Nations to envisage severe sanctions against those responsible for these economic crimes in order to break this vicious circle and to foster peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for future generations.
President, according to the most recent voluntary national review report for the SDGs, the Democratic Republic of the Congo has made significant progress towards several of the SDG targets, thanks to major reforms and interventions. Since 2019, the government has had in place ambitious reforms to ensure free basic education, which has allowed more than 4 million children to attend school. Moreover, several measures have been taken to strengthen social protection, to introduce universal health coverage, and to promote gender equality, as well as fostering and supporting the development of infrastructure and rapid industrialization via, inter alia, the creation of special economic zones. Despite this progress, the Global Report on the Sustainable Development Goals underscores that at the current tempo, the Democratic Republic of the Congo will not be able to achieve the SDGs by 2030 due to persisting inequality and vulnerabilities, which are exacerbated by armed conflict. When faced with this challenge, a roadmap has been developed. This covers all the specific actions, interventions and reforms needed, the aim being to accelerate progress and tackle the issues set forth in the 2030 agenda, with some measures underway already to make sure that the DRC will be in line with these SDGs by 2030. For this to work, the Democratic Republic of the Congo needs an annual investment of around $32 billion. It is therefore indispensable to strengthen partnerships for sustainable investment and to promote peace in order to support stable socio-economic development. To add to the list of global responses to climate challenges and promotion of renewable energy, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, having already reaffirmed its commitment to ambitious climate action, wishes to underscore the crucial importance of financial and technical support, increased support, so its efforts can also therefore increase to achieve the goals set out in the Paris Agreement. Rich as we are in biodiversity and natural resources, the Democratic Republic of the Congo has taken on the role as a key player in the fight against climate change. Initiatives that are already underway to reduce greenhouse gas emissions cover 4 strategic sectors. These are agriculture, forestry, energy, and waste management. Structural reforms are also in place at the moment to reverse deforestation and to improve access to clean energy. This is the proof of the determination of our government to preserve natural resources and to support a green transition. Now, in terms of showcasing our tropical forests, Bali in November 2022 saw a watershed moment. This was the adoption of the Joint Declaration on Cooperation on Tropical Forests and Climate Action. This declaration was signed by Brazil, Indonesia, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. This significant step forward demonstrates the collective political will that there is to use forests as a tool for sustainable development. The Trilateral Cooperation Alliance for Tropical Forests, which was created in Bali, will provide a framework to address biodiversity-related challenges and will also propose solutions for carbon credit markets, all the while ensuring full respect for the rights of indigenous peoples. Moreover, within the framework of environmental and global warming-related issues, it is also important to underscore the holding of the second summit of the biggest tropical forest basins in the world. These are the Amazon, the Congo, and the Borneo Mekong. This was held from the 26th to the 28th of October 2023 in Brazzaville in the Republic of the Congo. This African initiative, which was spearheaded by President Denis Sassou Nguesso, aims to implement, as part of the UN Decade for the Restoration of Ecosystems, create the first global coalition dedicated to the restoration of 350 million hectares of land and water ecosystems. These forests are a crucial bulwark against climate change. When faced with these problems that have been clearly identified, and we have solutions within reach, it is therefore crucial to act in a concrete fashion. The Amazonian, Congolese, and Borneo Mekong basins are home to more than 80% of the tropical forests and play a crucial role in the fight against climate change. And they also provide vital ecosystem services. It is therefore imperative that the improvement of social-economic conditions paid by local communities, they who play a key role in forest conservation, that their interests be given top billing in global governance. For its part, the Democratic Republic of the Congo has created judicial instruments and institutional tools that seek to strengthen its position on the global carbon markets, while we still remain open to partnerships in line with the Paris Agreement and our domestic laws. The growing awareness of the challenges linked to climate instability and the depletion of natural resources, which are often the origin of armed conflicts, this underscores the need to act on these issues. It is therefore crucial to recognize the link between climate change, environmental degradation, and security in order to foster proactive action to mitigate these risks through sustainable practices. In this connection, we would call on the Security Council to create international mechanisms that include questions of climate security in their discussions. President, faced with a major energy challenge, the world indeed is facing a major energy challenge. Systems that are based on fossil fuels are responsible for significant greenhouse gas emissions, and thus they exacerbate climate change. Without resolute efforts to promote renewable energy, we risk facing even more grave crises. For example, extreme weather, conflicts linked to natural resources, and we are seeing some of this already. The Democratic Republic of the Congo has abundant resources, including essential ores and minerals such as cobalt, lithium, nickel, and graphite, to name but a few. These could facilitate a sustainable energy transition. We would appeal for international cooperation to develop the necessary technology and infrastructure for this. Our vision is to transform the exploitation of our resources into a tool for inclusive and sustainable development, all the while improving education, health, and infrastructure. Social inclusion is at the heart of our strategy, as it guarantees the equitable distribution of the benefits of progress. As we invest in the fight against climate change and as we contribute to the SDGs, the Democratic Republic of the Congo is ready to play a key role in the transformation of global energy systems. Together, we can build a future where energy is clean, sustainable, and accessible for all. President, I would also like to touch on the crucial question of gender equality. Although equal participation of men and women in political life is something that is internationally recognized, in practice, there is still a chasm between legal equality and the reality in how power is held. Women's concerns deserve to be integrated in the major decisions that affect our society. In the Democratic Republic of the Congo, we are determined to change mentalities, to overcome the social barriers that are hampering women from prospering. It is also crucial to involve men in this process so we can transform social trends and we can showcase their role in women's success. On a national level, the Congolese constitution enshrines parity. Thus, the government has also created a strategy to fight gender-based violence, a strategy that is focused on prevention, protection, and also reparation for victims. This strategy is reflected in our National Fund for Reparation of Victims of Conflict-Related Sexual Violence and Crimes Against Peace and Security, which goes by FONAREV. The current legislation seeks to guarantee this level of protection. Here I wish to underscore significant progress that's been made in terms of women's participation in decision-making, with the appointment for the first time in our history of a woman as Prime Minister and Head of Government. We're also seeing increased presence of women in governmental bodies, as well as in the judicial system and the parliament, as illustrated by the appointment of women as the first President of the Council of State and the head of the Central Bank of the Congo. President of the United Nations General Assembly, United Nations Secretary General, heads of state and government, heads of delegation, ladies and gentlemen. As we leverage this momentum, it is crucial that the international community, under the aegis of the United Nations, continue to support the processes underway and reinvent themselves when faced with the challenges of the current world. To retain the trust of the international community, the United Nations must prove how it is able to adapt to contemporary changes and overcome these in an effective and responsible way. It is crucial to breathe new life into multilateralism through targeted reforms of the United Nations Charter on key issues such as the Security Council, the veto, Chapter 7, and the use of force. Nevertheless, that won't be enough. Coordination and cooperation between the different institutions and agencies of the United Nations must also be improved. Numerous global issues are often dealt with redundantly in different fora, sometimes taking contradictory angles, while other problems remain completely sidelined. And each international bureaucracy seeks to justify its own existence. In this connection, while we commend the support of the United States, I would reiterate with strength on behalf of all African countries the request for 2 permanent seats at the Security Council for African countries. As the main decision-making body within the United Nations, this organ must include African representatives amongst its permanent members, with all of the associated prerogatives, particularly the veto. This is to guarantee fair geographic representation. This is a question of justice. Justice for a continent whose role in international affairs is ever growing. We, Africans, are determined to see this through. Finally, I wish to conclude by recalling that following more than 3 decades of absence from the Security Council, the Democratic Republic of the Congo is once again submitting its candidacy, supported by the African Union and by the Southern African Development Community, SADC, for the post of an elected member for the 2026-2027 period. This will be during the elections which will be held in New York in June 2025. The Democratic Republic of the Congo has already filled this function between 1982 and 1983, and 1990 and 1991. And during these two periods, we worked to promote peace, security, and stability in Africa and around the world. Once elected, the Democratic Republic of the Congo plans on playing a proactive role within the Security Council and participate in the revitalization of the UN Charter and contributing to, in a constructive way, to the debates and actions related to this. My country, therefore, requests the support of all member states as we come up to these elections. At a time when multilateralism is being so sorely tested, the Democratic Republic of the Congo reaffirms its tireless commitment to the international community. And it is ready to shoulder with honour and responsibility the mission to forge a future where peace and cooperation prevail over conflict and division. Nelson Mandela said, and I quote, "None of us acting alone can achieve success." End of quote. Thus, we are reaching out to each and every one of you, long-standing partners and new allies alike, to together write this new crucial chapter of our collective history. Together, let's make our world a place where every nation, big or small, can prosper in dignity and security. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Umaro Sissoco Embalo, President of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Señor Presidente,
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to offer my congratulations to Mr. Philemon Yang of the Republic of Cameroon on his election as President of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I wish him much success in a very complex international context. I also congratulate his predecessor, Mr. Denis Francis, for the results achieved during his term. To Secretary General Antonio Guterres, I express our acknowledgement of his deep commitment to the service of our common ideals and goals in a very difficult international landscape. The world faces grave challenges. The obligation to follow the principles and deliver on the promises of the United Nations Charter is the burden that each one of us carries. We witness devastating wars, the intensification of regional tensions, and other grave threats to international peace and security. Hundreds of millions of people continue to live in extreme poverty, without the basic means of subsistence, without hope for a better future. without human dignity. It's becoming even more urgent to implement reforms in global economic and financial governance, to make it more just, inclusive and equitable. This is the only way to build adequate responses to the challenges that humanity faces. We must fight more efficiently against poverty and social exclusion through concrete actions. Specifically, we must strive to finance development programs, reduce inequalities, protect the environment, and mitigate the effects of climate change. Mr. President, 8 decades after the establishment of the UN in 1945, we live today in a totally different world. We continue to call for reform of the United Nations Security Council, which must consider the interests of Africa under the terms of the Ezulwini Consensus and the Sirte Declarations of Heads of State and Government of the African Union. We must reform the international financial architecture in order to promote greater inclusion, particularly in Africa, and to consider the African continent's role and contribution to the world economy. In this context, we welcome the Summit of the Future. We hope that the Compact for the Future can drive collective efforts to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, and Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, of the African Union. As a member of the Global Working Group on Social Protection for Nutrition, Human Capital and Local Economic Development of the Group of 7+, G7+, we will work together with the other distinguished members on eradicating hunger and progressively achieving all Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. Mr. President, the President of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau, we are committed to fostering dialogue, national reconciliation, consolidation of democracy and the rule of law, as well as our country's sustainable development. Despite the negative impact of the challenging world economic and financial situation, the economy of Guinea-Bissau continues to grow as a result of sound public policies. The practice of accountability has provided greater transparency in the state's economic and financial management. We have adopted measures that, though difficult, were shown to be necessary to drive the private sector and to create a more solid foundation for an economy that is dynamic and inclusive. We are promoting greater participation of women and youth entrepreneurs. We are investing on building an improvement of basic infrastructure, such as roads and other projects. We declared war on corruption and organized crime. We were able to restore trust in our relations with international financial institutions and other bilateral and multilateral partners. We continue to place faith in strengthening Guinea-Bissau's bonds of friendship and cooperation with the world. We remain steadfast on the policy of peace building and peaceful resolution of conflicts in West Africa and in the world in general. It was to this end that in recent months I made visits of friendship and work to Russia, Ukraine, Israel and Palestine. In this context, I reiterate my call for an end to the unjust and very harmful embargo that our brothers and sisters in Cuba have been subjected for decades. Mr. President, distinguished heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen, I recently had the honor of serving Africa as President of the Alliance of African Leaders for Malaria. We made significant progress in a very difficult world environment. We endeavored to garner support to replenish the global fund. We worked with the private sector to promote the production of drugs and nets to combat malaria. We encouraged the transfer of technologies to African companies. We launched End Malaria Councils and funds and supported youth movements against malaria. Despite all the progress achieved, challenges persist. In the next 3 years, ALMA will run a $1.5 billion deficit. Global warming and rains associated with climate change are expanding. The geographic reach of mosquitoes, thus exposing more than 170 million people to the threat of malaria in the African continent. I take this opportunity to congratulate the Executive Secretariat of ALMA for their remarkable service. I also thank all of ALMA's partners for their crucial support in the fight against malaria during my term in office. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, in closing, I would like, on behalf of the population of Republic of Guinea-Bissau and my own, I would like to reaffirm our determination to continue to contribute to strengthening the friendship among countries and peoples, to promote international cooperation, multilateralism, the peaceful resolution of conflicts, the end of wars and suffering of innocent populations, to hold peace in the world. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Jose Maria Pereira Neves, President of the Republic of Cabo Verde. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Excelências,
Excellencies, numerous armed conflicts continue to ravage various regions of the world with devastating impacts on the populations, particularly in the Middle East, where the potential for escalation and risk of spreading are all too evident. Innocent lives are lost daily in an unrelenting and merciless cycle of violence. We urge all parties involved, alongside the international community and relevant organizations, to spare no effort to put an end to these conflicts, to commit to dialogue and uphold the values enshrined in the United Nations Charter, international law, and humanitarian law, thus allowing the gradual return to normalcy and the possibility of building a future free from the present-day destruction and indiscriminate death. Excellencies, at the national level, we remain committed to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, the 2030 Agenda, and the African Union Agenda 2063. We are also focused on implementing policies toward ensuring universal access to quality education and healthcare, and on fully integrating the youth into all spheres of social, economic, and political life, ensuring that future generations are equipped with the tools they need to tackle global challenges. This year, we proudly received a certification from the World Health Organization as a malaria-free country, a comforting and encouraging testament to our commitment to health and healthcare as a fundamental right for all. While many nations, especially in Africa, are still grappling with this terrible disease, we have a unique opportunity to eradicate preventable and treatable ailments. Ailments that have long plagued humanity, causing suffering, hindering progress, and trapping millions in poverty. To achieve this goal, I call on the upcoming IDA 21 Global Fund restructuring meeting to be held in Paris next month to prioritize funding through a dedicated budget line aimed at eliminating diseases, microbial pathogens, and antimicrobial resistance also pose significant threats to global health. Thus, understanding and managing microbial activity is crucial for addressing challenges related to disease control, food security, environmental conservation, and climate change. In this troubled and challenging international landscape, where multiple crises continue to impact people and the planet, I reaffirm Cabo Verde's firm commitment to being an active and constructive member of the United Nations and tirelessly championing the universal values contained in its charter. Among these crises, climate change disproportionately affects vulnerable nations, especially small island developing states. We look to COP29 to yield urgent and tangible progress on key climate issues, particularly as a deadline for significant emissions reductions approaches. Our people, especially communities in small island developing states, seek bolder commitments, namely from high-emission countries, and swift implementation of climate policies and funding mechanisms that are not only ambitious, but also equitable and effective. The rising sea levels, also caused by climate change, require immediate and special attention. The challenge is multidimensional and extends far beyond island and coastal populations. It affects all continents and regions, leaving no one immune to this catastrophe in the making. We therefore welcome today's high-level meeting on addressing the existential threats posed by sea level rise. Last year, on the sidelines of the 78th General Assembly, the Agreement on Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction was opened for signature, representing an international milestone in the conservation and sustainable use of marine biodiversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction, that is, in the high seas, which constitute about 60% of the world's oceans. And I am proud to say that Cabo Verde, my country, signed this agreement on its first day and is currently finalizing the ratification process. I call on all nations who have not yet done so to also sign and ratify this important instrument for the conservation of life in our oceans. As an ocean nation, Cabo Verde has a tiny land territory in comparison to the immensity of its maritime territory. Therefore, I did not hesitate to accept UNESCO's honorable invitation to become patron of the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science Alliance for Sustainable Development for 2021-2023. As an ocean nation, heavily dependent on marine resources, our role in the Ocean Decade focuses on local and global actions to promote sustainable ocean management. We have been focused on the importance of sustainable ocean management, particularly for small island developing states that are very vulnerable to climate change and the degradation of marine ecosystems. For 3 consecutive years, we have hosted international ocean conferences to foster partnerships between governments, the private sector, scientists, and civil society to advance ocean science and create innovative solutions to ocean challenges. Thus, it is important to bring together key stakeholders in order to boost collaborative solutions for the oceans, help develop research capacities to study the impact of climate change, ocean acidification, and promote knowledge sharing and technology transfer to improve ocean monitoring and observation systems. The Fourth United Nations Conference on Small Island Developing States, SIDS, was successfully held last month of May. However, to ensure greater resilience and sustainability of small island developing states, we must urgently begin implementing the Antigua and Barbuda Plan of Action. Cabo Verde remains committed to playing an active role within the SIDS community, and in the first quarter of 2025, we will host a high-level meeting for the Atlantic, Indian, and South China Sea regions aimed at establishing a coordination mechanism for the subregion. At the SIDS-4 conference, we also expressed our readiness to host the 5th United Nations Conference on SIDS in 2034. As a small island developing state, we face substantial challenges that affect our macroeconomic systems. Even if we dedicated our entire state budget to sustainable development and climate action, it would still fall short of the necessary funding targets. In most small island developing states, this situation is exacerbated by a significant lack of capacity to navigate new financial tools. While reforms to the global financial architecture evolve slowly, there is an urgent need to accelerate development processes. We must swiftly and significantly scale up technical assistance and capacity building efforts in financing sustainable development to ensure that the global South is not left behind. We here welcome the recent approval of the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, MVI, which is crucial, particularly for SIDS and other vulnerable groups, as it provides a comprehensive and differentiated way of assessing our development needs and challenges, thus enabling a broader and more accurate understanding of how various factors influence the development of countries. In my capacity as the African Union champion for natural and cultural heritage, and in line with the policies of the government of Cabo Verde, I have been tirelessly advocating for the protection, promotion, and sustainable management of Africa's rich natural and cultural heritage, which is highly vulnerable to climate change. It is essential that we continue to raise awareness on the need to safeguard our ecosystems, historical landmarks, traditional knowledge, and intangible cultural practices. It is thus urgent for us to promote African identity through the promotion of African languages, traditional arts, and all the plurality of cultural expressions, reinforcing the continent's diverse cultural history and its contributions to global culture and human heritage is vital. The restitution of cultural assets, such as artifacts, works of art, and sacred objects, which are an integral part of the cultural identity, history, and traditions of the communities from which they originate, is of vital importance not only for Africa, but for many other regions of the world. Their removal has disrupted cultural continuity, and their return would allow preserving their cultural and spiritual integrity as they are returned to their original environments, thus allowing local communities to reconnect with their heritage, fostering cultural pride, and preserving their identities for future generations. I am pleased to announce that in 2025, we will host a high-level meeting in Cabo Verde focused on Atlantic Creoleness, or the Atlantic dimension of Creole, bringing together scholars of Creole languages, artists, writers, filmmakers, men and women of culture, and world leaders. They will represent the plurality of geographical spaces, of affirmation of Atlantic dimension of Creole, a construction of which Africans and their descendants were an integral part of. This meeting in 2025 aims to enhance initiatives like the Slave Route Project and the Decade of People of African Descent, as well as the United Nations Conference on Racism held in Durban in 2001. Our intention is to debate and praise Creole, the dimension of Creole, as a complex and very rich reality, the result of human relationships woven between peoples of the various peri-Atlantic continents during the ocean navigations that began in the 15th century. From these encounters, new forms of culture and organization of society emerged and lasted over time, representing a particularly fruitful moment of social and cultural innovation. These will be, therefore, intense days of academic and scientific reflection, but also of artistic demonstration, cultural exchange, and reconnection, from the performing arts to Creole cuisine, to handicrafts, to music. There will also be, of course, days of strategic political debate among decision makers on the dialogue between peoples and cultures and on the peace and the future of humanity. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Cabo Verde. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Iris Samara Castro Sarmiento, President of the Republic of Honduras. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Señor Presidente,
President of the General Assembly, United Nations Secretary General, distinguished presidents, prime ministers, and dignitaries representing the countries of this great assembly of the United Nations. I speak to you from this rostrum as President of Honduras, as the representative of a people who have resisted oppression, exploitation, and structural violence imposed against us for centuries. Today, I am threatened by the same forces of capital that 15 years ago perpetrated a coup d'etat against President Manuel Zelaya. I called out this new conspiracy in the streets during the huge gatherings of people that took place on the 14th and 15th of September, our country's Independence Day. I'm being threatened because I have brought in structural changes to the economic model, and because I have called out the unfair taxation regime that perpetuates inequalities, that gives to the most powerful and that exploits the poorest. Our sovereignty is the fundamental basis and undeniable principle of international relations. However, in Honduras, they continue to impose colonial practices, interference, economic, media, and political domination against us. Supranational powers and some multinational corporations are the result of corrupt public-private elites that have no other goal than to increase their capital. Globalization has failed in its mission to bring prosperity to people. Its results lay bare the concentration of wealth in the most rich countries and among the elites, whilst at the same time the working class is cast aside and forced to migrate in order to survive. At this assembly, the majority of leaders from Latin America and the Caribbean have called out global capitalism as the main factor responsible for the destruction of natural resources and as the oppressor of the conditions of life of humanity. Accumulation of economic gain prevails above human interest, and the role of international financial bodies with their loans with conditions attached to them and fiscal and financial income are things that only aggravate the situation of poverty and dependency of our countries. Neoliberal privatization policies continue to weaken people's access to services, like services of water and energy, health services, education, work, social security, free trade agreements imposed against our peoples undermine our sovereignty and remove the ability of our producers to compete on an equal footing, causing the cost of living to increase on a daily basis. Peace, justice, freedom, and democracy remain foundational values of our country. Therefore, we cannot accept them being held hostage by the 10 most powerful families in Honduras, who are the ones that have grabbed our main economic resources and that are refusing to accept the changes that I'm bringing in. We need to strengthen our democratic system through popular consultations and through the real, direct and effective participation of our people. The International Model Cities project, the ZEDE project, that was selling off chunks of our country as a loot, really, for multinational capital, and that was something that was supported by stakeholders in the previous narco regime, has been cancelled definitively by my social democratic government. Today, I wish to express my gratitude to the Supreme Court of Justice for its historic ruling, and also to the National Congress for their support. I have called out the International Centre for Settlement of Investment Disputes, the ICSID, because it is an unfair system of arbitration where private interests prevail above the interests of nation states. Over the last 2 years and 8 months, I have brought in a structural reform to return to a single treasury account for our country, cancelling a scheme of corruption that was built around the setting up of trusts that were used to loot the resources of the state. Thanks to us dismantling the scheme of corruption, I am now able to help boys and girls, children, in all of the schools of Honduras. And now, thanks to that, they receive a school lunch, free of charge school enrolment, and we're also bringing new projects to communities that live in extreme poverty. We are increasing production of grain in the first and second sowing, with more than 1.5 million technological grants being given to producers who now are receiving seeds and fertilizer free of charge. Furthermore, we are providing mortgages for homes and farming credits at the lowest interest rates we've ever seen in the history of Honduras. And we are also setting up rural community banks. We are rescuing the National Electric Energy Company, the Honduran Agricultural Market Institute, and the National Body for Basic Products, the Banasupro. All of these institutions I just mentioned were privatized and were abandoned for the 12 years of the narco dictatorship. Today, we are benefiting more than 800,000 families who now receive free energy, and we are subsidizing the cost of fuel in order to benefit all of the consumers of Honduras with the lowest prices in Central America. There's a reduction of 10 lempiras for each gallon of fuel sold. Investment in infrastructure is at its highest level in the history of our country. We've recovered the public sector with the historic approval of projects to build 8 hospitals, to repair thousands of schools, 3 national airports, the building of motorways, bridges, intermunicipal paths, multi-sport centres for the whole of the country. And we have also refurbished the 2 largest national stadia. I must also mention the biggest project, and the most ambitious project in the history of Honduras, which is the plan to build a railway between the 2 oceans. It will go from Puerto Castilla on the Atlantic coast to Puerto de Amapala on the Pacific Ocean. Over the last 2 years and 8 months, we have reduced poverty by 12%. And with the plan to deal with crime, confirmed by the Secretary for Security with the cooperation of the armed forces, we're seeing an historic reduction of 15 points in the murder rate, which is the largest reduction that we've seen over the last 20 years. My zero deforestation programme for 2030 has achieved historic results in the conservation of protected areas of Honduras's forests and rivers. The use of public funds in the state single account in an honest and patriotic way is being done in order to benefit the people of Honduras. People of the world, I wish to raise my voice to speak out regarding the murder of Juan Lopez, a social leader and politician who constantly called out the exploitative, extractive model. I absolutely condemn this vile murder. I have ordered the use of the full force of law enforcement and the justice system in order to investigate, to identify, capture, and to prosecute the intellectual and material perpetrators of this crime. I extend my solidarity to his family, to his colleagues, and to his friends. I am the pro tempore president of the community of Latin American and Caribbean states, CELAC. We're 33 different countries there. As president of Honduras, my first action was to call out and condemn the genocide against the Palestinian people. Already, more than 40,000 innocent people have been murdered by bombing, and in response to that, some countries have remained silent. I also must raise my voice and call for an end to this genocide. Lebanon must not become another Gaza Strip. We demand an immediate ceasefire in Lebanon. The Haitian people are calling for our cooperation and solidarity as an organisation of countries in the Latin America and the Caribbean. Haiti is the first motherland to have been freed from colonialism, and it deserves our full attention. And so, in the next few days, I will convene the presidents that make up CELAC to show our commitment to Haiti. This General Assembly, for more than 30 years, with an overwhelming majority, has rejected the inhumane embargo imposed against the people of Cuba. This terrible embargo begun in 1960, and since 1992, this General Assembly has sent out more than 30 resolutions calling for the United States to put an end to this cruel embargo. I also call for an end to the unfair blockade imposed against the kindred peoples of Nicaragua and Venezuela. We also call for Cuba to be removed from the list of terrorist countries. Yesterday, I delivered to the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, the agreement that formalises the UN support to fight against corruption and impunity. I thank this Assembly who approved our request to create this mechanism in order to combat public and private corruption. As Berta Cáceres, our martyr, said, she was a brave woman and a defender of our natural resources and of our indigenous peoples. Let us wake up, humanity. We still have time. May this be the appeal and the motto of our generation. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Honduras. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Joseph Numa Boakai, Sr., President of the Republic of Liberia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
His Excellency Philemon Yagan, President of the 79th Session of the United Nations General Assembly, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Ambassadors, Heads of Delegations, and esteemed delegates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to address the 79th regular session of the United Nations General Assembly for the first time as President on behalf of the government and people of Liberia after a smooth back-to-back democratic transition. Liberia congratulates His Excellency Philemon Yagan on his election as President of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. You can be assured of Liberia's support as you steer the affairs of the General Assembly. I extol His Excellency Dennis Francis for his astute leadership during his presidency of the 78th session of the General Assembly and commend his determination to inspire and rekindle hope globally. I deeply thank Secretary General Antonio Guterres for the remarkable and visionary leadership he continues to provide in pursuit of our collective mandate. Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in the summer of 1945, Liberia joined other nations in San Francisco as one of the original signatories to the United Nations Charter. On that fatal day, the world, having suffered the scourge of war, was full of hope and determined to reverse the past. Nearly 80 years on, and reflecting on the preamble of the United Nations Charter, which declares our commitment to promote social progress and better standard of life and larger freedom, we ask the question, has our reaffirmation of faith in the dignity and worth of human person made 8 decades ago been realized? We must admit that the world has changed and the frontiers that we now embrace are different. In it, greed, insensitivity to the poor, the international drug epidemic, money laundering, dynamics of climate change, and the impact of social media must compel us to rethink our approach to global peace and security. Our beloved United Nations must undergo the institutional and philosophical reflections required to respond to the new age. As we assemble under this theme, unity in diversity for advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for everyone, everywhere, it is important to recognize the shared values and collective efforts that come from our unity with diversity. We must acknowledge these as essential for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and the inherent dignity of every human being worldwide. By doing so, we can build a better world where no one is left behind. Like many nations gathered at this assembly, Liberia recommits to the Sustainable Development Goals. Since the end of the country's conflict, we have strived to follow a development path that will lead to building a capable state. 12 years ago, we dared to dream of a future within the realm of possibility, harboring core national aspirations to transform the future. Named Liberia Rising or Vision 2030, it has been the driving force behind all of our planning efforts. The building of blocks and the tenets of Vision 2030 are significantly aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals. Our government's arrest agenda is a comprehensive approach developed to address the economic and social needs of millions of Liberians, especially the youth, who account for 60% of our population. With emphasis on agriculture, roads, infrastructure, development, justice, and the rule of law, education, sanitation, health, and tourism, the agenda has mainstreamed the SDGs as is designed to take Liberia to the finish line of the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. The fight against poverty, the promotion of human dignity, a steadfast commitment. Despite our progress, poverty remains a significant challenge, with over half of our population living below the poverty line. The Sustainable Development Goals aim to eradicate poverty in all forms by 2030, ensure social protection for the poor and vulnerable, improve the access to essential services. Liberia is dedicated to assessing the levels and the causes of poverty and implementing strategies to reduce it and promote shared prosperity. My government also acknowledges pressing need to address maternal and newborn mortality by implementing robust monitoring and evaluation of health services in the country to accelerate the reduction of maternal and newborn mortality. We are particularly blessed and pleased with the United Nations HC Joint Mission to Liberia this year, which concluded a commitment to combat the high burden of increasing newborn deaths. We welcome the United Nations General Assembly's decision to declare July 25th as the International Day of Women and Girls of African Descent this year. This significant milestone acknowledges that women and girls of African descent have unique opportunities, but they also have challenges that the global fight against slavery and racism is necessary to achieve gender equality. Liberia credits its credentials by producing the first woman president of the United Nations General Assembly, Angie Brooks Rwanda, and first female president of Africa, President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. Liberia has witnessed and continues to witness the immense contribution of women and girls of African descent in politics, culture, and every area of societal development. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Liberia has enjoyed uninterrupted peace for almost 2 decades, following the 14 years of civil conflict. During this time, we have held 4 democratic elections, with last year's election marking the 4th since the return to democratic order in 2006. In January this year, Liberia achieved a historic milestone by peacefully transitioning from one democratic government to the other. This progress is significant because before the 2018 transition, the last democratic transition occurred in 1944, about 74 years earlier. We are gradually fostering and solidifying our democratic culture, ensuring that democracy is here to stay in Liberia. Now it is time for our people to reap the democratic dividends. The rule of law is fundamental for peace, justice, strong institution, and dignity for human person. Liberia is taking significant strides towards openness, transparency, and accountability by empowering and supporting transparent institutions. Our government is committed to implementing audit recommendations by the General Audit Commission to restore public and donors' confidence in the governance system and improve regional and international cooperation. In addition, the country has taken a major step in confronting its conflict past to ensure accountability and justice for crimes and other human rights violations committed during the war and promote healing and national reconciliation. A significant development in our transitional justice process was the signing on May 2, 2024 of the Executive Order 131 to create the Office of Establishment of War and Economic Crime Court for Liberia, a key recommendation from the Truth and Reconciliation process in Liberia. Our actions align with the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, joint follow-up on impunity and past human rights violations. As we embark on the process and acknowledge the enormity of the task, my government seeks the support of the United Nations, partners, stakeholders in the pursuit of justice for victims, peace, and reconciliation. Liberia is facing a drug crisis that is affecting our youth and jeopardizing the country's future. This epidemic, driven by international criminal enterprises and their networks, poses a severe threat. In response, we have not only declared the drug epidemic a health emergency and a national security threat, but we have also been taking steps to address this issue by establishing a dedicated national body to tackle drug abuse in Liberia. I urge international community to join Liberia in addressing this escalating drug crisis. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the world is facing numerous crises, including global threats such as disease, security, and climate change, as well as food and resource shortages. Our vulnerabilities are evident, and we need to use a collective knowledge to find solutions that will preserve the planet for future generations. Climate change is undeniably real, and its threat to our environment and the way of life is becoming increasingly apparent. We must take urgent action to address this threat, including cooperative effort to implement Article 6.2 of the Paris Agreement. Liberia, as the most forested country in West Africa, with over half of the land covered by forests, plays a vital role in biodiversity and environmental sustainability. As a result, our country is taking important steps to lead conversation on climate action. My government has called on our legislators and stakeholders to begin looking at the Paris Agreement, particularly under Article 6, to help advance actions towards establishing Liberia's nationally determined contribution to combat climate change. While we take these actions, we are mindful of the need to build capacity and invest in critical areas of our economy, such as using alternative financing for investment in the blue and green economy and technological transfer to support these climate actions. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the goals we set for ourselves and the future are better served on the foundation of peace and security. Having enjoyed peace for over 2 decades following a long-running conflict, we aim to promote peace and stability at home, in the region, and globally. The threat of conflict to our shared world underscores the importance of collaborative efforts to foster regional and global stability and peace. Therefore, we support all the UN's effort to address peace and security issues worldwide. Liberia is concerned about escalating security challenges in the West African region, including terrorism and economic and political instability. These pose significant threat to regional peace. So we urge full dialogue and cooperation among West African nations to address these issues effectively. Meanwhile, Liberia firmly stands with the rest of West Africa in a resolve to maintain our 50-year-old Regional Economic Commission, ECOWAS, intact. We oppose efforts to disintegrate our union and will not accept the region being used for proxy conflicts. We look at the AU and the UN to support us in keeping the regional body united. Similarly, at the global level, we call for an immediate ceasefire in the Middle East to provide civilians an essential humanitarian relief. We urge both Israel and the Palestinians to engage in negotiations towards lasting peace, including a two-state solution. Additionally, we see the ongoing conflict in the Ukraine as a threat to global peace and security. Therefore, there is an urgent need for a peaceful resolution that also respects Ukraine's territorial integrity. Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this year's Assembly is a pivotal moment for Liberia's bid to ascend to the African non-permanent seat of the United Nations Security Council 2026. We have proudly announced our candidacy. We look forward to the support of the member states to vote Liberia overwhelmingly to the seat of the Security Council. We can work with Council members to promote peace, justice, and security. Liberia is dedicated to promoting sustainable growth and ensuring human dignity for all. Liberia is prepared to work together with the United Nations and global allies and international community to accomplish the Sustainable Development Goals, establish a fair, peaceful, and sustainable world. The commitment to unity is deeply ingrained in Liberia's history as a founding member of the United Nations and a post-war international institution, as well as regional and sub-regional organizations. It also affirms our strong belief in multilateralism and international rules and based world built on shared values and principles of crucial to the future. The future of a more peaceful, prosperous, sustainable world must be all-encompassing, fair, and dignified for everyone worldwide. One United Nations, one world. Thank you, and thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Liberia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mokwitisi Eric Keabetswe Masisi, President of the Republic of Botswana. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wish to start by extending my congratulations to you on your election as President of the General Assembly at its 79th session. You can be assured of Botswana's full support as you steer the work of this august House. Mr. President, this Assembly continues to meet on the backdrop of an age of multiple and interconnected crises which were triggered by the COVID-19 pandemic and geopolitical tensions between major powers. These crises have been further compounded by the Israel-Hamas war, which erupted shortly after we concluded last year's high-level week. The attacks on innocent civilians on both sides are unacceptable and thus stand condemned. In the same vein, we wish to express our deep concern of the situation in the Gaza Strip, where the war has resulted in catastrophic humanitarian crises and unprecedented fatalities for civilians, children, and humanitarian workers. I should also register Botswana's concern regarding the loss of lives of the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestinian Refugees in the Northeast, UNRWA personnel. I take this opportunity to pay tribute to UNRWA personnel and all humanitarian workers and their commitment to deliver aid, save lives, and alleviate suffering in Gaza and elsewhere. We owe them a debt of gratitude, and they deserve our full protection. Botswana also abhors attacks on UNRWA installations and condemns disinformation and misinformation campaigns against this life-saving General Assembly mandated agency. Botswana firmly supports the work of UNRWA, which entails providing humanitarian and development assistance and protection to Palestine refugees pending the just resolution of the Palestinian question. In this regard, Botswana is proud to be among the countries that joined the Statement of Shared Commitments on UNRWA, which reaffirms support for the agency, its mandate, its staff, and highlights its indispensable role during this difficult time. Mr. President, we wish to reiterate the centrality of the two-state solution in resolving the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and the attainment of a just, comprehensive, and lasting peace. We therefore urge parties to commit to a political process that will pave the way for the realization of the two-state solution in which Palestine and Israel live side by side in peace and security based on the pre-1967 borders. Mr. President, the war in Ukraine also rages on with no indication of an end in sight. We continue to underscore the need to respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine in line with the United Nations Charter and international law. We also call on parties to give diplomacy and dialogue a chance and to seek a peaceful resolution. In Africa, the guns still have not gone silent. We continue to grapple with armed conflict, terrorism, and potentially explosive geopolitical tensions. We commend the African Union, sub-regional bodies, as well as the UN for their efforts in addressing these challenges. In this vein, we welcome the adoption of United Nations Security Council Resolution 2719 of 2023 on the provision of support by the United Nations to AU-led peace support operations on a case-by-case basis and look forward to its operationalization. Mr. President, I must add that this time of escalated armed conflicts, violent crime and humanitarian crisis requires intensified efforts and more vigilance to protect human rights, advance humanitarian action, and promote the accountability in line with the UN Charter, international law, international humanitarian law, as well as relevant principles such as the responsibility to protect, or R2P. Mr. President, it is evident that peace is under strain across the world. It needs to be revitalized. However, that task can not only be left to multilateral and regional bodies. Governments have a responsibility to create conditions that enable peace to thrive within their countries. Key steps that governments should take include, among others, building effective institutions, committing to good governance, protection of human rights, and upholding democratic values. As many are aware, Botswana has a long track record of commitment to these democratic principles. The implementation of recommendations from our recently concluded constitutional review process, as well as our upcoming general elections on the 30th of October 2024, provide opportunities to deepen our democracy and strengthen our good governance credentials. Mr. President, regrettably, while on the one hand, the scourge of war rages on the other hand, the promises of sustainable development is in great peril. It is deeply concerning that with only 6 years before the 2030 deadline, sustainable development goals are way off track. We learned from the latest Sustainable Development Goals report that only 17% of the goals are on track, while the rest range from moderate progress to stagnation and even regression. There's a lot of work to do. We must take inspiration from and build on the success achieved in the reduction in global child mortality, prevention of HIV infections, attaining girls' parity with boys in education, increased access to energy and the internet, while also scaling up action and investments in areas which are lagging far behind, particularly poverty eradication. The levels of extreme poverty remain disturbingly high, but we cannot attain sustainable development without eradicating poverty in all its forms and manifestations. Poverty eradication is the sine qua non of sustainable development. A comprehensive approach will be required to move the needle in the fight against poverty. We therefore endorse the call for comprehensive social protection systems and inclusive economic policies. Pro-poor policies should also be complemented and reinforced by policies which spur inclusive economic growth and create sustainable employment. Policy interventions that aim to leave no one behind ought to be matched by adequate SDG financing. In this vein, my delegation reiterates the call for predictable, sustainable, and sufficient development finance to developing countries from all funding sources. In addition to livelihood issues, progress should also be accelerated in addressing other forms of inequality within countries, especially gender inequality. Meaningful action is needed to empower women and girls in areas where they are left behind and to combat harmful cultural practices and gender-based violence. Mr. President, extreme weather events and related natural disasters continue to remind us of the severity of climate crisis and the urgency of mitigation and adaptation. In our sub-region, Southern Africa, the El Niño phenomena induced drought and floods which resulted in devastating consequences on livelihoods and a humanitarian situation that affected over 61 million people. I take this opportunity to reiterate the Southern Africa Development Community's SADC regional humanitarian appeal of at least $5.5 billion aimed at augmenting domestic resources of the affected member states, including efforts to resource mobilization from national, regional, and international partners in response to the impacts of El Nino-induced drought and floods. I cannot overemphasize the need for adequate climate finance for effective climate action. We continue to remind developed countries of their annual $100 billion commitment in climate finance for developing countries until 2025 and call for a more ambitious goal thereafter. Mr. President, efforts at attaining sustainable development ought to be redoubled in countries in special situations, in particular small island developing states, SIDS, least developing countries, LDCs, and landlocked developing countries, LLDCs, which are disproportionately affected by development challenges. Botswana, as an LDC and current chair of the group of LLDCs at the UN, is deeply concerned by enormity of challenges faced by LLDCs in their effort to implement the 2030 Agenda and its SDGs. With no direct territorial access to the sea, LLDCs struggle with international trade, connectivity, and economic development. Our countries are cut off from the global marketplace and without the means to develop adequate transport and logistics infrastructure, and inevitably face significant challenges in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. The forthcoming third United Nations Conference on Landlocked Developing Countries, LLDCs 3, from 10th to 13th December in 2024 in Gaborone, Botswana, under the theme Driving Progress Through Partnerships, will provide an opportunity to effectively address these challenges in an ambitious, action-oriented, and forward-looking program of action. I therefore invite transit countries, development partners, and other stakeholders to join us in the beautiful and vibrant Gaborone as we shape the future for our 32 member countries. Mr. President, as you rightly observe, it is only when we act together that we can effectively deliver meaningful progress for people, planet, prosperity, and peace while leaving no one behind. Without a doubt, the United Nations-led multilateral system remains an indispensable platform for the effective global action that this moment demands. It is therefore of paramount importance that the multilateral framework remains fit for purpose. The onus is on us as member states to ensure that our intergovernmental processes enable rather than stifle effective multinational action and international cooperation. We must not allow the current geopolitical tensions and great power rivalries to get in the way of progress. Our shared values, norms, and interests, as expressed in the UN Charter, the 2030 Agenda, and other relevant frameworks, should remain the North Star that guides our engagements. The spirit of consensus and solidarity ought to be at the front and center of our actions. Mr. President, allow me to conclude by reaffirming Botswana's commitment to working constructively on all agenda items before the General Assembly during this session. This session offers opportunities to turbocharge action for peace, sustainable development, and human rights for the benefit of present and future generations. Let us seize the moment. I thank you. Good afternoon.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Botswana. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Emmanuel Macron, President of the French Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président,
President of the General Assembly, heads of state and government, ministers, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen. I'm speaking here on behalf of a country who will never forget what nations are capable of doing when they are united. Freedom. And France has just paid tribute indeed this year to the peoples of America, Europe, Africa, Asia and Oceania, who allowed us to liberate ourselves from the Nazi grip. Progress and peace also. France, with its peoples, have created a community of free states, sovereign states, able to engage with each other and to understand what is essential. Also, hope. Much like we've seen in recent times during the Paralympic and Olympic Games that France hosted this year with beauty, enthusiasm and the support of peoples. However, despite this, the Olympic truce that we wanted here did not come to life. However, the danger of words without action and impotent diplomacy are before us every day. However, our organisation is facing the biggest convergence of crisis possibly ever after its 8 decades of existence. And the feeling of a loss of control is growing when faced with wars, with climate change, increasing inequality, injustice. And every day humanity seems to be more fragmented at a time when the circumstances would require us to find common responses, strong, effective responses. To these 2 words, United Nations, need to embody hope once again. And what must we do for this? We need to find this essential bedrock of this, and that's what I wanted to touch on briefly. Above all, first and foremost, we need to restore the terms of trust and respect between peoples. And here I can see them often trampled in our debates. To do this, we need to pay equal attention to those who are suffering. As I mentioned here 2 years ago, in fact, let's stave off the possibility of having double standards. One life is equal to another. The civilian protection is an imperative norm and must remain our North Star at a time when this year we are marking the 75th anniversary of the Geneva Conventions. And let's not let the idea take root for a moment that those who died in Ukraine are from the north, that those who have died in Gaza are from the south, and those who die in the conflicts in Sudan in the Great Lakes region or in Myanmar would be those who've consequences, who are alone and ignored. Let's regain control and restore this confidence and trust, which means that we should look for peace everywhere and not accept any differences at a time, or indifference at a time when human lives are at stake. Let's not accept any difference being made when territorial integrity and the sovereignty of states is at stake either. These conflicts today call into question our very capacity to ensure that our UN Charter is respected. And when I see some people want to propose peace by asking for capitulation, it's surprising. We can't even, how can we could support any idea like this? I would like to reiterate here how the protection of civilians, of all humanitarian workers, of all of those who are working to defend our common values is crucial in each and every one of these conflicts. Next, we must provide a common response to the great challenges, the 2 wars that are affecting Europe and the Middle East. Russia, indeed, is waging a war in Ukraine for territorial conquest, scorning the most fundamental principles of international life. They are guilty of violating the law, ethics and honour. Nothing that they're doing is in line with the common interest of nations, nor the specific responsibilities that they shoulder within this organisation. The fate of Ukraine is a question of peace and security in Europe and around the world. Because who could still believe that they are protected from their bigger neighbours, the violent neighbours, those avid ones? If we let Russia win this as if nothing happened, no one could do that. It is therefore in our common interest and the common interest of nations that Ukraine be restored in its legitimate rights as soon as possible and that just and lasting peace be built. France will continue to do everything in its power so that Ukraine can hold strong, be out of danger, and obtain justice. France will continue to provide it with the equipment that is necessary for its defence, and with its allies and partners that are closest to them, France will support the remarkable resistance of the Ukrainian people and will commit to their lasting security. Let us look for peace. France will join its forces with all of those sincere partners to build solid peace in Ukraine, for Ukraine and for Europe. I know that for many of us, the key issues are elsewhere. There's a long list of forgotten wars, unjust victories, badly negotiated resolutions, or perhaps resolutions that are never implemented. I am not forgetting any of them, even if I can't list them all here. President Tshisekedi, who spoke earlier at this tribune, said that the situation in the Great Lanes, and I will go back to him and President Kagame in a few days, we'll cover that. That is of concern to us as well. And in Armenia, Prime Minister, which France stands strongly shoulder to shoulder with the pressure from Azerbaijan and territorial intentions, the international community must be there so that peace negotiations are successful, and so that the internationally recognized borders are preserved. But I know that for a lot of the people here, the essential issue beyond these wars is together, and it's also for us together here in Gaza, where the fate of the Palestinian people is currently present and heavy over all of our debates. On this topic, on such a complex topic, I'd like to say clearly France's position from day one. We condemn strongly the terrorist attack, which was terrible and unprecedented, carried out by Hamas against Israel on the 7th of October. Terrorism is unacceptable, whatever the causes may be, and here we mourn the victims of the Hamas's attack on the 7th of October. They include 48 French citizens. I express my compassion, friendship, to all of those families who have lost children, parents, friends on the 7th of October. We ask also once again and solemnly for the hostages to be released. Amongst them, there are also several French compatriots too. And here I wish to commend the efforts of the United States of America, Egypt and Qatar to achieve this. This remains a priority for us all. Israel, when faced with this terrorist attack, has a legitimate right to protect their own people and to deny Hamas the means of attacking them again. And no one here could have suffered something like the 2nd of October without there being consequences. However, the war that Israel is waging in Gaza has gone on too long. The tens of thousands of civilian victims in Palestine cannot be justified. There is no explanation possible for this. There are too many innocent people who have died, and we mourn them too. And those people who have died are an outrage for humanity and a dangerous source of hatred, resentment, which threatens and will threaten everyone's security, including that of Israel tomorrow. So this war needs to stop, and a ceasefire needs to happen as soon as possible, at the same time as the hostages are released. And humanitarian assistance needs to arrive en masse in Gaza. This is a position that we have held since October 2023, where the resolutions with many of us. Let's hold the first humanitarian. We held a humanitarian conference for Gaza in November 2023 in Gaza. It's now a question of political will, given the destruction of the military capacity of Hamas, and it is imperative that a new page is turned in Gaza for the guns to be silent, for humanitarian workers to return, and for civilians to finally be protected. France will participate in any initiatives that will save lives and would allow for everyone's safety to be protected. The deployment of an international mission must open the way for the implementation of the two-state solution. It is up to the Security Council to take a position on this. And also, without further ado, the necessary provisions need to be taken to preserve the link between Gaza and the West Bank, to restore Palestinian Authority and its functions, and also to ensure the reconstruction of the territory, and to once again make life possible, quite simply. France will ensure everything can be done so that Palestinian people can finally have a state side by side with Israel. The conditions for just and lasting peace are well known. We just need to open the way for this, and the path towards this must be as short as possible. France will therefore is committed to the two-state solution and will renew its action so finally it can benefit the people and meet their legitimate aspirations. A Palestinian state should be created, given all the necessary security guarantees for Israel. So we should build the reciprocal recognition and common security guarantees for all in the region. And we'll be working on this over the next weeks with Israelis and Palestinians, with all our regional and international partners as well. And at this time, at the moment, the main risk is that of an escalation. I extend my brotherly thoughts to Lebanon and the Lebanese people. Hezbollah, for too long, has been running an untenable risk of dragging Lebanon into a war. Israel cannot, without consequence, just expand its operations to Lebanon. France demands that everyone respect their obligations along the blue line. We will therefore act to ensure a diplomatic voice can be heard, a voice that is indispensable for sparing civilians and preventing a regional conflagration. We cannot have a war in Lebanon. There cannot be a war in Lebanon. This is why we urge Israel to cease this escalation in Lebanon, and we urge Hezbollah to cease the missile launches to Israel. We urge all of those who provide them with the means to do so to stop doing so. We have asked for the Security Council to meet today, indeed, to this end. And I welcome this. And the French minister at this end of the week will head to Lebanon themselves. It's the same unity that we must show when faced with the great regional challenges and the global challenges before us, because beyond the conflicts that we are seeing, that I've just mentioned, we need together to continue to ensure that sovereignty is respected, everyone's sovereignty. Regional and international solutions need to be built to tackle these challenges. And this is the idea behind the relationship we wish to have with Africa, a new partnership. And that is for what for the last 2 years we've been working to do. France has done a lot over recent years for the African continent. France has done a lot over the last few decades, but more specifically in the Sahel, where the French army have fought successfully against terrorism, side by side with regional and international partners. However, the military coup d'etats in the region have meant that we had to take the necessary conclusions. But Europe and Africa have a shared destiny, which demands a broad partnership, a partnership for peace and security, of which the terms need to be renewed, more training, more equipment, more mutual respect. Also, there's partnerships that is underpinned by economic, energy, sport aspects, as well as cultural, memory aspects. And that's what with Benin, Senegal, Cameroon, Algeria, Morocco, and many other countries. This is what we have been patiently building over recent years, and something we will continue to do. So this is the same philosophy that for the last 6 years we've been embodying in order to build a partnership with the Indo-Pacific region, where France has an ambition to contribute to the respect for international law, without which there will be no prosperity. In this region, which has seen over recent years much development, a lot of people try to trample on rules and impose their wills by force. France is proposing an alternative, not to replace anything, but to give states in the region once again the possibility to choose their partners on a project-by-project basis. French territories in the Indo-Pacific have unique expertise in the fight against climate change, protection of biodiversity, the development of clean energy, or the fight against cross-border threats. And our vocation is this in the region, and it is to cooperate with all on the environment. As you've understood, this partner-based logic is one that seeks to build new balances, to refuse that the world be fragmented, where old rule books are thrown aside. We respect each other. We build the paths towards peace and stability. So beyond that, the challenge that we have is, of course, affected by the conflicts that I mentioned. But we must not lose sight of our multilateral agenda because of all of this, nor should we lose the effectiveness that we've committed to. And having gone through the pandemic, which reminded us so blatantly of the importance of some of these common challenges, we should not forget that we need to bear all of this in mind. And so I believe profoundly that effective multilateralism has never been as necessary as today. It must give results. It must give results for development, fight against inequality, education, healthcare, climate, biodiversity, and technology. On each of these individual pillars, we need unity. And we need also to do everything we can to avoid a divide between the North and the South. And that's exactly the philosophy that we have developed in the Paris Pact for People and Planet that more than 60 states have already joined. Firstly, we need to ensure that never we will push a state to choose between these objectives. Why would the states of the North teach lessons to the states of the South and try and explain to them that they should respect climate and therefore renounce on very economic opportunities? This is something we didn't do 20, 30 years ago. It would be unacceptable. Therefore, we need to build an agenda that allows, at the same time, progress to be made in the fight against inequality and for social development, for education, for climate and biodiversity, and global health. Then, solutions need to be made, and these solutions need to be based on the proposals of the states themselves. And this is what we've, for example, started to do with our partnerships for a just energy transition. Not having one size-fits-all solution for all from capitals where we go to inspect countries and ask them to all follow exactly the same recipe. Each country has their own path. That is the key to sovereignty. Now, then we need a public financing arranging and also leveraging the private sector too. And that meant that this is what allowed us 3 years ago to properly support the IMF's special drawing rights and to obtain the reallocation of more than 100 billion special drawing rights for the benefit of the countries who need that most urgently, particularly in Africa. This was a silent revolution, but it was crucial. And this is why, with this pact, we were here with his members here on the effective authority of President Macky Sall and with the support of the United Nations, of the OECD, and organisations concerned. This is why we wish to pursue these reforms and carry out far-reaching reform of multilateral banks, of our financial institutions. We launched this objective for shared financing, bringing together development banks from across the world, including those whose agendas aren't quite aligned. We need to work on this common financing agenda so that we can meet the objectives that I mentioned. And we together, and I hope in the months to come, as soon as then, we will be able to carry out this reform of the World Bank and the IMF, firstly to renew its membership. These institutions were built at a time when many of you weren't independent. So the structure of capital needs to be restructured to make it stronger. The World Bank and the IMF were only conceived, balanced, calibrated at a time when the challenges were very different, when the global economy wasn't as big, where the population was completely different. So we need to lift these absurd taboos of blockages caused sometimes by the biggest countries, which are prevent others from receiving money because they could be diluted. We need to give the capacity to act to these institutions so that they can then fund that countries of the South need. And this reform is of imperious necessity for our credibility as a whole. And I'm saying to all of the richest countries and those who are around us on the table, if you decide not to do that, well, you'll see in the next few years, you'll see an alternative order emerge. They will forget your agenda. If you decide not to do this, and then we will be accused of cynicism and hegemony, and perhaps not wrongly. This reform of financial multilateralism is indispensable to address these challenges. We also need to pursue our climate biodiversity agendas too. We have upcoming COPs, very important, all of them, and France will play its part, particularly with Costa Rica convening for the United Nations an important meeting for oceans in Nice in June 2025. Here we'll have the UN Oceans Conference, and we will continue work on this. And I hope that a lot of you here will be able to ratify what we've managed to achieve over recent years, particularly the Treaty on the Protection of the High Seas. This is crucial. And we're also continuing to make progress on the question of water. That's also indispensable with the new One Planet Summit on water. This is alongside Kazakhstan and Saudi Arabia. I won't go into detail, of course, on all of the topics that are necessary, but I do wish to recall that how pressing an issue artificial intelligence is. It's important for all states here to coordinate on this. We need to foster innovation, of course. We need to ensure that the innovation and artificial intelligence need to make sure it's accessible to all peoples and countries of the planet, and so it doesn't fuel more division and inequality. But we also need all of this to be developed within an ethical, democratic framework created by the peoples of the planet that is resolute. We cannot let some people, a few private actors who are on the cutting edge of this innovation at the moment, think about the future of this for our peoples. This is why France, in February 2025, will convene the next Action Summit for Artificial Intelligence. But I'm sure you've understood the aim is to build this common framework, and I welcome the work that's been done and coordinated by the Secretary General and the Global Digital Compact, which is built using the best of expertise, and it enshrines this philosophy, which we subscribe to totally. To conclude, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm aware, of course, that I've forgotten so many difficult situations, from Venezuela to the heart of Africa, and so many other tensions in Oceania. I want to talk about our institutions. I hear a lot of people say that what we need to do to the UN is just throw it in the bin. There's no point in it. We can't resolve conflicts. Why do we have it? So here, let's show a constructive kind of impatience. And we can't just be satisfied with not being able to resolve things. But we know who's responsible. While we have a Security Council that is blocked reciprocally according to each other's interests, while that's still the case, we won't be able to make progress. Is there a better system? I don't think so. So let's make the UN more efficient. Firstly, perhaps making them more representative. And that's why France, as I reiterate here, is in favour of the Security Council being expanded. Germany, Japan, India, Brazil should be permanent members, much like two countries that Africa will decide to represent them. These new elected members will also need to be accepted. But the reform of the composition of the Security Council is not sufficient alone to make it more effective. And so I wish this reform also how it should also change the working methods to limit the right of veto in case of mass crimes, and also to focus on operational effective decisions that peacekeeping needs and maintaining international peace and security needs, rather. This is why we need to be brave and audacious, and to do so. And with the current permanent members, this is something we should be doing. Almost 25 years after the Millennium Summit, it is now high time to be more effective, to act better on the ground for states and for civil society. And then beyond the United Nations, we must also mark a new era in each of our multilateral institutions, as I just mentioned. These are the few words I wanted to share with you, ladies and gentlemen, today. At a grave time of our world order, here where so many conflicts seem unresolvable, I will say that France will continue to carry this voice that is loyal to its values, that is demanding, that refuses to oversimplify the context, and that France will continue to defend the simple values principles that we've always defended. Human dignity, the respect for the principles of the Charter, and beyond conflicts and the current news cycle, we continue to build with you a fairer and more effective international order. This is what we will continue to advocate for alongside our friends and our allies. But also, we should be free to say no sometimes. we should sometimes be able to refuse the cynicism of the time, or so things that seem obvious but are not. Thank you very much for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the French Republic. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. The 10th plenary meeting to continue with the general debate will begin at 3 p.m. The meeting is adjourned.
The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Volodymyr Zelensky, President of Ukraine. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you very much. Dear leaders, Your Excellencies, today I want to tell you about a day that has already passed and a day that must never come. On the night of March 4th, 2022, I received one of the most terrifying reports since the beginning of a full-scale Russian invasion against Ukraine. The report was about Russian tanks firing directly at the buildings of our Ukrainian nuclear power plant, the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, the largest one in Europe, 6 nuclear reactors. The Russian army stormed this facility just as brutally as any other during this war, without thinking about the consequences.